Normal America show, host Rob Noor. We're going to try it again. Let's see if we could get a stream in us, a call-in stream, where I actually take call-ins instead of one person who wants to, I don't know, get the channel banned, racist conspiracies, etc. Oh, what a show. Sorry, that was a private video after the end of that one. But what can you do? It was a bit crazy. We'll talk a little about that. People come in and talk about that if you want. I'll give a brief overview. But first, how the heck are you? I hope you're good. I'm doing very good. It's been a hectic weekend. Research behind the scenes, projects behind the scenes, trying to deal with figuring out what I'm going to do for an automobile. So for those that missed it, my car, I have a Dodge Journey. My wife has a Subaru Forester. My car, the alternator went out of, so I got to get it into the shop. But her car was still good. We hit a deer, ended up totaling the car. So they're going to send us a check for that, and when that comes, we're going to try to purchase a newer car. Which it's her car, so she's going to make the decision. But tomorrow we have to go pick up a rental that we'll have for 10 days. And then humorously, the day that rental will go back will be where I'm picking up another rental to take to Nashville for the DebateCon event. So there you go. We're going to become regulars at the local enterprise rental car place. So what can you do? So, now I think my wife wants another Subaru. I think she wants a Subaru Ascent is what she wants. I am not so sure how she's came to that decision, but she seems to be pretty happy about it. And to be honest, the one she's been showing me online look good. It's got 3 rows of seating, which I think will be good as Hank gets older here. If he has friends coming over or needs extra space to haul around his baseball stuff, etc. So that's probably the direction we'll be going. But it's her decision. When my car shits the bed, then I'll get a car that I want, which will probably be a cheap beater car. That's fine by me. I think the one she's looking at's a 2022. So, that was it. That was basically my weekend. It's also, this is a weird time of year. Everyone in my wife's family's birthday is like at the end of October. It's so strange. Her dad, her stepdad, her mom. So we went to her dad's today. Watched the Steeler game at her dad's place. As predicted, I did predict to some friends of mine, despite the fact the Steelers look like crap against inferior teams. They always surprise you and beat a good team, so here we are. Of course, they had 6 turnovers and won by 1 score, so nonetheless. And then I'm trying to think anything else that happened worthwhile. My son's really big into doing math problems, which is really cool. So he's writing down like 5 plus 2, and then he's learning how to draw his numbers, but he's getting good at like counting with his fingers and then memorizing. So like the first 3 times he would be like 5 plus 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then when he would see 5 plus 2 after a couple times, he's like, that's 7, right? It's like, yeah. So he was having a lot of fun doing that this weekend. It was good stuff. Found out one of your good friends from high school became the head coach for Penn State. Awesome. It's pretty cool. So, yeah, that was it. So, I will not be doing a call-in show tomorrow, a daytime show. It's a long way of saying that because we're supposed to pick up the rental car around noon. It's going to be between noon and 1. So by the time I get there, get back, it would be around 1 or 2. And I have the extravaganza all week. So I just am not going to be able to find time to fit in the call-in show. So I figured, seeing as how yesterday's call-in show was a bust, and tomorrow's call-in show won't happen, let's try it again. Whoopee! Why not? Of course, your all's goal here this evening will be to send in great calls, to talk about great things, to send in donations, etc. My job's to sit here and go, and to keep the anti-Semitism at a minimum. You know, difficult things. So, but we'll talk about it. Then I'll read super chats. Then I'll put the calls out. Give a couple ideas for topics. It's Sunday, so the news cycle is kind of stagnant. But there was an X post that I saw that I think's worth talking about, and it's a difficult conversation. It has to do with abortion, and what do we do for people that have had an abortion and are repentant? It's interesting. It's a very interesting topic, and it's one I have mixed feelings on, particularly if you look at it through a Christian perspective. When I stare chat, you get scared. Thank you, by the way. I saw Hellstorm. I'll read your super chat. I will, but thanks for the kind words. So, I thought that would be interesting to talk about, and then some other, of course, any other topics that people wanted to talk about, but allow me to address the controversy yesterday. So it's a two-parter. One, there was a person who I was giving shit to in the chat, which maybe I should have been a little nicer to. I need to remember, not everyone deals with stuff like me. So if I'm like, hey, F you, you piece of garbage, blah, 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 people take that to heart when I'm just sort of talking like I would to my friends and making a point. So I was annoyed by the stupid comment. Oh, I see you, Jason Egger. Okay. So it was a little silly, the comment. The gist of it was this, that a woman said she wasn't going to vote for Vance because of Palantir if he runs in 2028, and we were going back and forth. And I basically was like, was there any politician you would vote for? And she's like, I can't think of anybody I'd support. I was like, oh, so you can't think of anybody. And then proceeded to be like, surprising, right? Like, oh, fair enough, you know. And this person in chat wanted to make the point that I didn't technically say the following words. Oh, you can't think of anybody you would vote for. Instead, I used the phrase, oh, you can't think of anybody, referring to her saying she couldn't think of anybody she would vote for. And that was very confusing because I could have literally meant she couldn't think of anybody as in she can't think of a human being, of a person. Not related to the previous question I had. So if I said, hey, old Joe, how's it going? Can you think of anybody you think that I should do an interview with? And he says, I can't think of anybody. That might mean that old Joe is saying, I can't think of anybody you should interview. Or it might be that old Joe is having a stroke and he's like, I can't think of a human being. It could mean that. So I went a little hard at the person that made that comment, and maybe I shouldn't have. My intent was not to be super harsh, other than to prove, like, because he said you weren't being clear, so then I was like, all right, let me be clear, F you, you know, like, so, but that's it. I need to remember, pull back the reins a little, particularly with people in the chat, because sometimes things get lost through text, so a little less harshness there. No big deal. It's not like I said anything too bad, just a couple curse words, but nonetheless, wanted to clear that up. So it is something I should work on. All right, that's that. The other, so then the woman, I don't know how to, like, it's on Rumble. You can go watch it on Rumble. And if you do, you'll see why I took it off of YouTube. A woman claimed that I was unwilling to. All I saw was this in the chat. She had apparently given a dark secret about Rachel Wilson that I was too scared to, or that I wouldn't address. I guess. I don't know. So I was like, what? And I scrolled up, and basically the claim was, are you ready for this one? Rachel Wilson is part Jewish, claims this woman. A relative of Rachel's reached out to this woman to tell her that Rachel is Jewish. And that's why Andrew won't criticize Jewish people. So I said, all right, you want to call in to talk about it? And she did. She did want to call in. Now, I'll spare you the gory details. There's two parts of the accusation there. One, a relative disclosed that Rachel Wilson is part Jewish. Now, I'm here to tell you, how much that matters on my scale of shit I care about? 0. Blasterbot just donated money. We'll get to it. Maybe he is part Jewish as well. I don't care. That's not derogatory to me. I don't care. And if you're in the chat and you hate people, not even because their religion is Judaism, which, whatever, I suppose if you're of a particular religion, you don't like people that practice other religions. Fair enough. Your mileage may vary. I'm not in that camp necessarily. I think you should be Christian. That doesn't mean I hate Jewish people. I personally don't care for the government of Israel having undue influence on the United States. But as far as disliking people for their ethnicity, it's not really my bag. So, okay, I didn't give a shit about that portion of it. I don't know Rachel Wilson's ethnicity. I never talked about it to her or to Andrew, and I would never have a reason to. I don't give a shit. So I can't disprove that claim. It was the second claim that I thought was interesting. She's basically implying that my friend Andrew's afraid to criticize Judaism or Jewish people because allegedly his wife is ethnically Jewish, which is horseshit. I've seen him argue against Judaism. I personally talked to him about sort of the book of Acts and sort of the idea of how Peter was trying to explain to people that were like, look, Christ had died and had risen, and now we have Christianity, and what do we do with the people formerly that were Jewish that wanted to become Christian, and what's So I just think it's a bullshit claim, and I oftentimes think that these claims of it oftentimes comes down to people that are just, let's just be honest, and I know this word has lost all meaning, but it's people that are just racist against Jewish people to the point of absurdity, where it's like, well, and I get this shit all the time. There's still comments. I could sit here, I could do an entire show about how pissed off I was that Trump bombed Iran, and how I think that Israel's pressuring Trump to do shit, and how it pisses me off, and we should never send Israel another dollar again. I could do that and still go to my comment section and you'll find same cast of characters about once a week that'll be like, Rob will never talk about the Jewish problem. Doesn't matter. These people see Jewish people hiding behind every bed. Every problem in the world is specifically because of Jewish people and only Jewish people. It's not just Zionism. It's not just the government of Israel. Of course, we know they're responsible for all problems, but it's actually every person with one drop of Jewish blood. They're the problem. Now, I know, and you know, and Andrew knows, and everyone who remotely understands the idea of streaming knows that that's the easiest way to get your channel banned. Not because it's some nefarious plot by Netanyahu and Israel, but just because it's easy to get tarred as racist. It would be no different than if he wanted to sit here and just be like, scream about the problem with ethnic blacks over and over again. These people will never be satisfied. It's always the sin of omission. If you spend 5 minutes talking about Israel's bad, you're an evil piece of shit Zionist because you didn't spend 6 minutes. It's irrelevant. These people are irrelevant. Even Nick Fuentes is like, look, the people that are just blatantly ethnically hate the Jews are kind of fucking nonsense. So that was my area. And I said some things that could be clipped out of context, so I think anyone who watched the full thrust of it could see what I was saying. I know, I'm not suggesting that we should kick all Jewish people out of the country, nor am I suggesting we should kick all black people out of the country, nor am I suggesting that women should not be allowed to have a voice to pontificate about politics or cultural issues. I'm using her standard against her, because the woman who called in said she was Orthodox and that women should listen to men. So I was like, then listen to me, shut up. She said that people that aren't ethnically white should be deported out of the country, and then admitted she's 50% black. So I was like, should you be deported then? These were not positions that I was advocating for, merely pointing out how contrived her worldview is. That's it. And then, of course, Rachel Wilson happened to be in the chat and was like, this is horseshit. I'm not part Jewish. Ask her who told her this. She said his cousin, Rachel's cousin. And then Andrew jumped in. Now, this is where the story gets amazingly funny, because I was just dealing with part two. I don't give a shit if Rachel's Jewish or not. For all I know, Rachel has a Jewish cousin that told this girl that Rachel's part Jewish. Irrelevant to me. But not irrelevant to Rachel and Andrew, because this is someone lying in their estimation. I would have no way of knowing that, so I didn't address it. But Andrew and Rachel both point out that they would like to know who this person is. And I kid you not, here is the story. Rachel Wilson, Andrew Wilson's wife, has a cousin also named Andrew Wilson, who is not related to Andrew Wilson. Let me repeat that. Rachel Wilson, whose maiden name wasn't Wilson, happens to have a Jewish cousin named Andrew Wilson, who this caller has known for 20 years before she had ever heard of the Andrew Wilson we know, who runs the Crucible, and his wife Rachel. So somehow, through correspondence and email, which they've kept in touch from time to time, they decided to schedule a phone call. This Jewish Andrew Wilson, who is allegedly cousins with Rachel Wilson, and the woman who called into my show yesterday. And on this call, somehow, the Jewish Andrew Wilson says, oh, you were watching a debate with the other Andrew Wilson. His wife, Rachel Wilson, is my cousin. By the way, we're Jewish. To which the caller thought about it for a while and decided she could no longer be friends with the Jewish Andrew Wilson because she hates Jewish people so much. So she doesn't have any of this in email correspondence, although that's what she initially led on. But trust me, bro, this was said on a phone call. So she can't send any proof. Now Andrew was like, send us the email exchange you've had for the past 20 years with this guy. Was unable to do that. Okay, when was this claim made? Didn't really know. Who's the mutual relative? If someone's your cousin, that means you have a mutual lineage, right? My father and her mother were cousins, something like that. No idea, nothing given, no proof given. And so eventually, Andrew Wailing Wall Wilson, left, calling her a joke. And that was the end of it. I basically told her to eat shit, kicked her off. That's that. That was the entire show yesterday. Now, it's funny for two reasons. The pathetic troll. I mean, it's easy to call into my show knowing I'm going to know next to nothing about Rachel Wilson's ethnicity. Here's the truth. I'll be straight up with you. I don't know anything about my ethnicity. I know very little. My brother Go Rams is in the chat. He's younger than me, so he's not going to remember this story. My dad's mother, everyone always told us growing up that she was like 1/16 or 1/8 Blackfoot Indian. I don't know if that's true or not. Let's assume it is true. The idea that I'm part Indian, maybe there's some diluted part of my blood that's Blackfoot Indian, means absolutely nothing. Means nothing to me. I claim no fucking lineage. I don't know the history. Nothing. I think my dad is mostly Italian. I think my mom, she's got red hair. I think she's part Irish. I think there's some German in there. The rest I couldn't fucking tell you. I don't know. I have no clue. Maybe I'm part Jewish. I don't fucking know. I've never been in a synagogue in my life. No one that I've ever known to be related to is Jewish. But I suppose it's possible. I do like bagels. I don't know. I don't give a fuck. I'm not one of these racial purity people. I just don't give a shit. So given that I don't know my own fucking ethnicity, you think I'm running around like, oh, EOD, you're my mod. By the way, I want to know your racial lineage. You think I'm asking that of my friends' wives? Well, what was her lineage? I'm Australian, yeah. So, I mean, I just don't give a shit. So it was just silly to watch this trolling. And then the other part that's hilarious is just this woman's stance. It just constantly contradicting herself. We need to kick all Jewish people, ethnically Jewish people out of the country. Why? Because they don't have European background. Okay, well, you have non-European background. If you're part black, should you be kicked out of the country? Yes, no, maybe. Well, no, because I don't act black. Okay, well then what if someone doesn't act Jewish? Are they allowed to say, no, the Jewish people must go? It's laughable. So it's funny, and I don't think I look bad at all, but just to be careful with terms of service. I can understand why some, like people at YouTube, don't want someone spurting out, screaming about sending all the Jews back to Israel. So, I did remove it for that reason. But you can go watch it on Rumble. Oh, of course, there's no... John Travis Carlson, it's okay. Absolutely 100% okay to be proud of your racial lineage. I totally agree. I don't have a problem with it. But that's a far slice from, like, you have 1/64th Jewish blood in you. Sorry, you can't be in the country. I mean, get the fuck out of here. Just stupid. Stupid. So anyways, that was that. That was the call yesterday. But I had a lot of people say, what was your video? I saw it got taken down. YouTube didn't take it down. I removed it. But that's why. And I think that people will understand that. You're playing with fire anytime that you allow, when someone comes in and is shouting stuff like that. So anyways, that's it. Super chats. Then I will put the link out and we will do call-ins. 1 second. Okay. What's up, Gizmo? $5 says, good evening, brother. Thank you. Hellstorm, $10 says, had no idea you dumpstered Destiny a month ago. I've watched that video twice today. Been spreading it to friends. Gonna watch it a third. Was like watching Caesar Elysia. Thank you. Yeah, he didn't do so hot. Of course, most of the times I debate Destiny, he doesn't do so hot, but it was my pleasure. Kokomo, $10 says, I'm Andrew's distant Sudanese cousin. Shh. Anjan, thank you so much for the gifted membership. Catmere, $10 says, here's to the chair in the spider farm. While we hit, good day, Rob. Thank you. Really appreciate it, Catmere. Blasterbot, $5 says, the name of types are just tiring to deal with at this point. Yeah. Lavin, $10 says, we must apprehend the imposter Andrew Wilson and Sarah Tomato. Now listen, I want to be clear. I have no proof that this person came over from Sarah's channel. The troll that called in did mention Sarah and said she came from that channel but liked us more than Sarah. But I don't know. How long Nate, $20 says, night shift slacking. Like the stream. Stream, ad, donate now. I like the stream, ad, donate now. What am I, dyslexic? Thank you, Nate. Always a pleasure, my friend. Hailstorm, $10 says, Andrew Voice takes a drag of cigarette. Yes, but isn't it the case that you would have to agree my wife's cousin being of partial Hebrew lineage has no bearing on my wife's genetics? What a joke it was. Jeff Rademacher, $5 says, you're Australian. Your surname makes it obvious. Nar. And Blasterbuff, $5 says, I bet actually he is Robert Norstein. He already has a gazebo like some sort of rich person. Shh. Come on. Come on. I don't know. Maybe we'll get a troll to call in. What would I apologize to Sarah for? What's the charge that I'm apologizing? Would you like to call in ABC ABC? Maybe you'll have a point. Maybe you'll talk me in to it. What do you say? Perhaps I'll be like, I never thought of it that way. Excellent point. Wade Boggs, $50 says, night shift may be a lot of things, but slackers, we are not. So what's your guys' whip wheel policy this evening? We will play all whip wheel songs at the end of the night. So we're going to do about a 2-hour call-in show till midnight or 12:30, and then we'll mess around till the end of the evening. By the way, did you guys set your clocks back here if you're in the States? I got an extra hour of sleep, but it didn't feel like it because we were off running and doing things. Jason Agar, $20 says, here's another donation to the Alternator Fund. Keep up all the great work, and thank you. Thank you. All right, ABC, calling in, right? You're gonna explain to us. There's the link. Now, other things we could talk about. Whatever's on your mind. Like I said, it's a slow news day. I saw this post of this woman, and she was basically claiming that right-wing Christians are too harsh on her because she is admitted to murdering her baby, in her words, not mine, because she had an abortion. And she was like, I can't believe how evil these people are, and that they were claiming she should be drawn and quartered. When she put the post up, it wasn't that. It was people like, you should be executed after a fair trial. Now it's an interesting, this specific woman's irrelevant, right? I'm not talking about her, and I'm not saying that people haven't gone too far. But as someone who has talked a lot about the nature of forgiveness and not being very theologically grounded myself, it poses an interesting question. My feeling is that we can't legally hold people accountable for what wasn't considered murder at the time. But I guess there's a question of what do you morally hold people accountable to? Like, let's say tomorrow that all abortion is banned in the United States. An amendment passed that says the unborn are alive, they're human beings, and they are entitled to the same legal protections as the rest of us. Morally, what do we say about the people that have had abortions? Particularly if they truly are repentant. Oh, of course, I forgot to talk about that lax rat. It's an interesting topic, so we'll see if people have thoughts on that. Nate, real quick, $20 says, always got to support my favorite YouTubers. I'm on break today, just ordered pizza. Let's go. Thank you, Nate. Always appreciate it. Crusader, 5 subs. Thank you. Always a pleasure. And then Laxrat, $5 says, huge news day. Civil war on the right happening over Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes. I haven't seen much of it. I'm aware that this has happened, that there are some people complaining. I don't have a problem with Tucker Carlson talking to Nick Fuentes. I don't have a problem with anyone talking to Nick Fuentes. I don't agree on everything Nick Fuentes says. That's okay. But fine, if Tucker wants to talk to him. Do I think it's necessarily a good look for Tucker? I don't know. I think he knows what'll come with it, but maybe that's the point. maybe the point of Tucker, I think Tucker like legitimately despises how much influences he sees is Israel having in our country. So he's going to talk to people like Nick Fuentes. And what's the dude with the mustache that he talked to? I forget his name. Look. I'll say this once. I don't want to hear shit all about anyone insulting anyone's children. Period. Totally fucking serious. I don't care if it's someone I like or dislike. So, Ian Carroll, that's what I'm thinking of. Please, chat, be fucking respectful. I'm not joking about that. I don't want to hear shit about that. Please, have some respect for me, if nothing else. I'm dead serious. That's it. That's the only warning. Not going to fucking tolerate it. People's children did nothing wrong. Night, Crisco. So, anyways, those are all potential topics. Ian Carroll was the name. So, yeah, Tucker's had people like that on. Your mileage will vary how much you agree with those people, but, you know, I don't have a fucking problem with people talking to them. Now, I'm going to be straight up with you. I don't want to talk to Nick Fuentes, and I don't want to talk to Ian Carroll. Not in my YouTube show. I'm not gung-ho to talk to them anyways. But I'm not a fucking idiot. That's a one-way ticket to YouTube jail. Like, I understand that. To do it on Rumble or something would be different, but to do it on YouTube would be dumb. It would be real dumb. And that's not Nick's fault. And that ain't Ian Carroll's fault. But I'm also not an idiot. Probably, Go Rams, probably after the, probably after the new year. This could not be for, you're telling me that you think that I would do a stream with Nick Fuentes on YouTube. You're a fucking idiot. You're an absolute fucking idiot. Nope, no chance. I'd talk to him on Rumble. It isn't just about breaking terms of service. It's just dumb to do. It's dumb to put yourself out of favor with YouTube in that sort of way. And I think Nick knows that as well. I think he absolutely would. Ian Carroll, I don't know as much. I don't give a shit. None of you understand. None of you understand. I've had this conversation. Rob, Sam Hyde uses the homophobic slur that starts with an F. That means we all can and you can too. I'm not Sam Hyde. I don't have the pull that Sam Hyde has. I don't have the pull that some of these right-wingers that could bring Nick Fuentes on has. I don't have that. I have been fucked with by the YouTube algorithm the entire 6 years that I've been on the platform. I'm now starting to get a little reach. Why would I sabotage that? And it's amazing to me how many people are like, I would do it, or you're a coward not to do it. Listen, that is excellent news. Start a YouTube channel. It's very simple. And then talk to Nick Fuentes. There you go. I'm scared. What am I scared of exactly? You think I'm scared to talk to Nick Fuentes? Why? How much do I even disagree with him? You have fucking no clue. What would I be scared of? You have no clue what my position in talking to him would be about. I'm telling you, literally, the reason is because I don't want to get in YouTube jail. That's it. If Nick Fuentes emails me tomorrow and says, Rob, I'd like to talk to you, I'd say, cool, we'll do it a Rumble exclusive. That's it. What? I'm afraid? just don't understand why people are so stupid. This is the exact same mentality that got politically provoked, completely taken off YouTube. You know, we're going to draw a principal line in the sand. We're not going to leave YouTube tell us about free speech. So we're going to run white people to yell the N-word over and over and over again. Oh my goodness, we got banned. This is an outrage. What did you think was going to happen? What did you think would happen? So I'm not talking shit on Nick. I've just got done saying I think it's a good thing that Tucker was interviewing him. Again, I don't agree. I don't even know if I talk to Nick, most of it would probably be me being like, what's your feelings on this? I hear this shit about you. What do you really think about this? That'd probably be the bulk of our conversation. I don't know why the fuck that would mean I would be afraid of him. Maybe correct, are we not, men? I don't know. We're moving on anyways. But I'll just say this. A lot of times people don't understand. It's not just that. There's other people that you don't want to talk to for various reasons. It could be that you don't want to give them oxygen. Like maybe it's someone just trolling. You're scared to talk. No, I'm not scared to talk to them. Why would I want to give a troll oxygen? Or maybe it's like, at one point I was like, I don't want to debate people from the Twitch trans community. Oh, you're afraid you'll lose a debate? No, because every time I debate them, I get mass reported. And my channel gets locked down. So what the fuck? It ain't worth it to me. There's nothing to do with being afraid. That's all. So, anyways, I understand both sides of the Tucker interviewing Nick argument. I understand the side that's like, look, the right is winning, and we don't want people like Nick Fuentes to taint the message of the right becoming a bigger tent party. That's bad. And so we don't want influential voices like Tucker Carlson talking to them. On the other hand, that's exactly the type of people I want Tucker Carlson talking to. Tucker understands more than anyone sort of the mainstream shutting off a person and saying they're not allowed to have a voice. And so I think it's great that someone like him's talking to controversial people, even if it's people I don't necessarily agree with. So I see both sides of it, but I didn't watch the interview or anything like that. I did watch some of the Ian Carroll stuff, and I'm not prepared. I've not delved into and I'm not saying this to besmirch them, but let's be clear, the conspiracy of like the Holocaust and the smokestacks and this and that. I don't know shit all about it. I don't know. If anything, I've been incredibly lazy on the Israel-Palestine discussion, and I'm more than happy to keep it that way. I feel like I'm barely treading water on the topics that I normally talk about because I've been so busy lately. So I have no interest to deep dive on like the fucking, what really happened in the Holocaust and, Palestinian genocide and this, that, and the other. It's like, I don't know. The United States should not be involved in it. That's basically it. Yeah, I know, Nate. So. All right. We're taking calls. The link's above. It's pinned to the top. And besides, there's not a lot of people already talking about that. If that's a topic that you're super concerned with, I'm sure there's fucking 1,000 channels talking about it from every which way, So, all right. First up. Oh, by the way, we're going to abide by terms of service. If you want to call in and say I'm a piece of shit or a coward or this, that, and the other, fine. But you'll do so while abiding by terms of service. No racial slurs, no homophobic slurs, no calls to violence, etc. All right, first up, Fallen Heathen, how you doing this evening, man?
You're for sure Italian. You talk with your hands a lot. I picked up on it instantly.
I think my guess is I'm more than 30% Italian. Like my dad's darker skin and his mom was much darker skinned and seemed very Italian. So
yeah, so back to that crazy lady, which, by the way, that was. I started listening to your show on the way to my son's baseball game, like right when that lady called in, and we had a rain delay. So I was like, I'm just gonna go sit in the truck and catch back up with this show. I was not ready for that, dude. That chick was wild. But yeah, where does it stop, right? Do I get deported back to Italy because I'm more than 50% Italian? Like, where do we stop with?
yeah, and like it was like I'm not for any of what she's saying anyways, but to the extent that you would say, if you would accept like, oh, okay, we kick people back of certain ethnicities, we send them back to the country we say is of origin. Okay, fine, fair enough. Well, how much? Like 1/16th, 1/64th, one half? Like where's the deadline? Because I would guess that most people don't know their ethnic heritage down to the like specific percentage. Like you see this all the time. People will take those bullshit DNA tests, and let's assume they're true. They'll be like, I didn't know that I'm like 1.5% black. So what, is that enough?
Yeah.
Some dude that's like had no clue that he's, oh, I'm sorry, dude, 1.5%, you're fucking back. You're out, man. Sorry. Like, I mean, what the fuck is this? It's such a joke. And especially to have that perspective when you're fully admitting, like, and by the way, I'm 50% black and should be sent back as well. It's just an insane amount of like stupidity and hatred that just, I don't know. It's just,
I thought she was trying to get to Andrew Wilson is Rachel's cousin. And he married his cousin. I thought that's what she was trying to get to that whole time. I was like, is she trying to insinuate that Andrew married his cousin, who's Jewish apparently? Yeah, I don't know. That was wild.
The way she was talking, and she was constantly like, I don't know how to put this. Like, it's like she didn't understand half of what she was saying because she was saying stuff.
Pretty confident. She seemed.
Oh yeah, she definitely. She had a little Dunning-Kruger, but she said like she would say something that's like that obviously would be interpreted one way, right? Yeah. Like when, for example, when she says, "Well, the first step I would send all of the ethnic minority criminals back to their country." And then she starts saying some other stuff, and I was like, get to the point where anyone with any Jewish blood, even those you consider based, like Andrew Wilson's wife, Rachel, should be kicked out. And she's like, oh, that's step one. And I'm like, but I think we could intuit when you said step one was just sending back criminals, that didn't include people that weren't criminals, who you like, who had ethnic, no, send them. So she was like all over the place. I thought what she was trying to say was that it was Andrew's cousin that told her that Rachel was Jewish.
Oh, okay.
Right? Because when she was like, yeah, it was a Rachel's cousin, and I was like, who? And she's like, Andrew Wilson. And I was like, Andrew's cousin. She's like, yeah. I'm like, well, what the? And then she was like, no. This guy's name is also Andrew Wilson. I was like, oh my goodness. What a plot twist, you know? Yeah. Oh, my mistake. You know, I mean, he also has a show called The Crucible. What an irony, you know? Like, wow, it's amazing. He's going to be on Piers Morgan next week. It's just like, I don't know. It was stupid, but I don't even understand what of all the things to attack Andrew about, like what is that even? If you're going to troll, like.
Andrew's been as critical of the whole Israel thing as like you have. Like you just said a minute ago, you don't really know a whole lot about it to have like an educated opinion on it. And Andrew just seems the same way, where he's just like, it's just not a big talking point that I care to get into. Like everyone has their things that they're good at, and that's just not one. You know, let Ian Carroll and Nick Fuentes go down that rabbit hole.
It would be like this, because like a lot of the Palantir stuff, which I agree looks shady. Like Peter Thiel looks shitty. And the fact that he donated so much money to JD Vance. Okay. But I haven't delved into it too much. I suppose the next thing will be robnoerr's cousin told me that he's related to Peter Thiel. Like, I'm assuming that'll be the next fucking thing that comes up. And it's like, what? I guess that the nature of an accusation like that is to have it be like non-falsifiable enough that there's a tinge of someone who already dislikes the person will believe it. Well, someone that you don't know of told me that he's related to her and she's this, which is why Andrew won't do X. And it's like so far removed and benign enough that someone might be like, I guess that could be true. Maybe Andrew is a coward. Maybe he's afraid to criticize things that he thinks would upset his in-laws. But it was like, I mean, come on. It was.
Yeah.
I don't get it. You know.
Andrew's really good at protecting his channel too. Like all those, invasions he does, they pull him down immediately because all the crazy stuff that gets said. So I get not wanting to talk about that topic.
Well, and here's the other thing. Just to be very clear, and I'm not going to get too much into this, right? But there was some beef with some of the Groypers and Andrew, and it got very personal very fast. And so there's sort of been a mutual. Both sides have mutually been like, we're not going to fuck with each other.
Yeah.
And that's been that. So I do think that you won't hear Andrew talk about Nick or the Groypers much because he's more than happy to build something that he thinks is going to be impactful, that he doesn't want to get in this fight with people that are going to intentionally try to sabotage his channel. Why even bother? So it's like there are lefties to fight, there are lefties to argue with. Why are we spending our time doing this shit when it's going to get real hostile real fast? And so I thought that some of that was sort of what was going on as well. Like, oh, Andrew's afraid to talk shit on the Groypers. But then the woman that called in was like, well, actually, I don't even really like Nick Fuentes. So it's like, okay, then I don't understand that point of it,
It seems like some of Nick's audience is kind of turning on him too. I don't know much about him. Like you, I've seen just a lot of his clips of his most outlandish stuff he said. So I kind of just ignored him. But like he's been doing the podcast scene for the last couple of weeks, and you kind of get to see more about what his views actually are. And
well, let me say this. I'll push back on this though. I think a lot of I don't know. So someone else could call in and talk about this that watches Nick regularly, but I do know this. Nick reins it in a little when he's talking to someone like Dinesh D'Souza or when he's talking to a Tucker Carlson. He's not as bombastic. You know what I mean? And that's okay. That doesn't mean that he's being disingenuous. It's just, for example, if I get to speak in front of the halls of Congress, I'm probably not going to be like, fuck you pieces of shit. But maybe I do that here. There's a time and a place, right? Yeah. So I think that some of the picture, if you only get a picture of watching Nick Fuentes on Tucker Carlson, for example, I don't know that that's getting the full picture of what an average show of his is like. But to be fair, I don't watch his show. I see little clips, and what I'll say positive about Nick is this. He's very smart, and he's very charismatic, and he's very entertaining. And so I understand. He says funny shit, right? He's a good debater. He is. But I couldn't tell you, like people tell me all the time, oh, he talks about the number of people that died in World War II and, in specific events. And this is what he says about this. And this is what he says about that Austrian painter. I don't know any of that. I honestly don't fucking know. Yeah. I just have never looked into it enough. I just don't know. That's why I said, if I was to talk to him, I'd probably be like, what are your honest feelings on this? And then maybe something comes up that we have a point of contention, but I just don't know. I also know how it feels to have people smear you as something you're not. And so maybe he's like, sure, I believe that, but let me give my reasons why. And let me tell you what that means and what it doesn't mean. Maybe what that means to him is like, we should be very skeptical of the nation of Israel. However, I don't have a problem with the individual Jewish person over here. I don't give a fuck about that. There's different levels to this shit. Yeah. But I'm not going to freak out and be like, the guy doesn't deserve to have a channel. And, oh my goodness, I can't believe Tucker Carlson's talking to him. I don't give a shit about any of that. I could give two shits less,
Yeah.
It's not my road. That's not, sort of the lane that I'm trying to talk in. And if that pisses people off, so be it. But I don't know what to say, Similarly, I'm not talking to flat earth people.
Yeah, that's a whole different.
There's tons of topics, not even jokey topics like that. There's a lot of serious topics that I just don't delve into. I don't do a lot of those religious debates. I don't do a lot of the whatever type art, talking to the OnlyFans type people. Doesn't mean I hate the people that do. Doesn't mean I disagree with the people that do. It's just not my lane. That's not what I'm doing.
Fair enough. So when do you move into freedom?
Texas.
Yeah. When you said Andrew was in the middle of moving and shit, I was like, I bet you that son of a bitch is moving to Texas. I just knew it. And then he talked about it on his show the other night.
Yeah. I don't know. It would take a lot to get me to move. The big thing I love Pennsylvania, don't get me wrong. But the big thing that keeps me here is my son is both my parents' and Courtney's parents' only grandson.
They'll follow you.
Maybe.
They will. They'll have to. My mom followed me. She was the same way. She left my sister and her kids back in California. Now
Yeah, but they're
my
broke.
sister and her family are moving.
I don't know how my parents would move. They're broke.
Yeah.
They don't have disposable income. I don't know what they would do.
Yeah.
And they're older. You know, I was old when I had my kids. So my parents are in their 60s. So it's, you know, to pick up and start a new life in a, you know, halfway around the country or more than halfway. Yeah, you know, I don't know. But that's the big thing that we keep here. But if it was a career move, right? If it was, here's why you should consider moving to like Florida or Texas if you're a streamer, because that's where the other streamers are. One, financially it makes sense because lower taxes, etc. But secondly, why wouldn't I want to be a stone's throw away from Alex Jones, Steven Crowder, Joe Rogan, Andrew Wilson, and a litany of other streamers on the left and the right? It makes an ecosystem. It's sort of like if you're an actor or an actress, you know, in the 80s, 90s, you want to be around Hollywood, right? That's where all the people that are doing that are.
You know, didn't all that originally start in like New Jersey or something like that? I'm pretty sure like Hollywood and all that stuff started on the East Coast and eventually made its way to California. But now
that may be true. I have no clue.
Oh yeah, now they're moving Hollywood to like a bunch of different other states. I think Nevada is like the new hub for doing movies and shit like that.
Well, I mean, to be fair, Hollywood's so expensive now. Dude, like a lot of people when they're shooting movies now, they're like, you know, we don't even want to shoot in Hollywood because it's so fucking expensive. So because of that, it's like, well, there's really not that much of a reason. Like I've heard actual like big name actors and director be like, dude, we could shoot on scene in Canada or in fucking like New Zealand way cheaper than a studio across the lot, you know.
Speaking of Canada, did you watch the Dodgers win last night? I
have seen clips, but I didn't watch it live. No.
Yeah, I'm not even a baseball fan, but it was fun to watch them beat Canada.
I mean, fuck the Dodgers. They're ruining the sport, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, they're playing by the rules, but they're ruining the sport, right? Yeah. But on the other hand, if you're like, yeah, the Dodgers spend too much money. I mean, Toronto was top 5 for spending money, so it's not like they were the the up and coming underdog. They too were spending shitloads of money, you know. So.
Yeah, I'm not big into sports, but it was fun to come home after we had a contentious game. Our Little League game was pretty contentious with that delay, and then we came and watched World Series. Anyways, what do you think this snap thing? It sounds like by Wednesday. It sounds like a memo or like a leaked something came out, and the Democrats are trying to hold it off until Wednesday, till Mondani gets elected, and then all of a sudden they're gonna be like, "Raw, we're gonna save you guys with SNAP benefits." What do you think about all that?
Yeah, I think by the end of the week, I think that I'm back, and I think that's exactly the play. I think the play is to energize the base by sort of, oh my gosh, they're taking away your benefits, and hope they don't realize that it's actually the Democrats that are continuing the shutdown, and then to quickly come in and say, we were forced to come back to the table because, you know, and sign this, and it's so evil, but Republicans would have never that's what I think's going to happen.
That's fucked. All right, man. Well, I'll let you get to your next call.
Hey, I appreciate it as always, man.
Take it easy.
Yep, you take it easy. All right. I know that Trams was trying to call in because people told him to call in, so we'll get to him next. Did I miss any super chats? Yes. FB, $20. The reason for a normie to not talk to someone because they are part of the silent majority. The other side could talk about the death in a video game without consequences, but the right will get canceled for much less. I agree. Premonition, great to hear from you. $5 says, good evening, sir. Love to the wife, son, and dog, who is feeling better now. She is feeling better. Thank you. And Erica Neva, thanks so much. $10 says, to support the stream, homie. Thank you. It's not Erica. It's Eric Neva. What the fuck am I doing? The CK threw me off there. All right. What's up, Trams? How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
Good.
I'm glad you can hear me. First of all, big fan.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I've said it in chat. You can just say that you're scared, and that's okay. I know that was provocative, and I apologize.
You don't have to apologize. It's fine. I mean, it's not that I'm scared. I guess you could say I'm scared to get my channel taken away, but I'm not scared to talk to Nick. That's not
the point. Was that the point that I was trying to make was that if Nick reached out to you and said, "Hey, I like what you do. I think that you have great arguments. and I would love to talk to you about social issues. I don't see the downside of talking to Nick Fuentes.
No, I would
And
talk to
think
him
that
on
you would do
Rumble.
it.
I would. I would talk to him on Rumble. I would talk to almost anyone once. I mean, I debated Richard Spencer, right?
And plenty of people have had him on with no consequence. And I guess that there's like, like you said, like people have pull or bigger audiences. And I get that. But I would say there would be no downside of taking that risk.
Well, I mean, the downside on YouTube is significant. For example, I've been featured on the YouTube feature on YouTube 2 or 3 times in the past 2 weeks. That's never happened in the entire history of me streaming, even when I've been debating bigger people, right? And I've had people like Andrew Wilson tell me for years, you have been mass reported so many times that the YouTube algorithm hates you. And the only thing that dug me out of the YouTube algorithm sort of jail was that I'm making an awful lot of money for YouTube. Right? That's it, because I get a lot of chats. So why would I jeopardize being thrown back in? After 6 years of plugging away, streaming to 5, 10 people the majority of that time, now I'm finally doing good. I quit my job. This is my full-time job. And I'm going to roll the dice? I'm going to roll the dice to talk to Nick Fuentes once? That's stupid, especially when I could just go over to my Rumble channel and talk to him there. So why would I risk my YouTube channel? It makes no sense.
Okay, well, the differentiation between talking to him on Rumble versus YouTube, to me, I didn't really take that into account. So I would definitely
less people will see it. That's definitely true. But it's the same
but
reason
I would
that
say
we
that
don't
if you really wanted to nuke your account, you would just talk to like Southern Indian people about the festival of Diwali. And
we almost talked about that in the extravaganza the other day. Yeah, but that's it. Rumble's a different beast. Like, and that's why I tip my cap to Rumble. Here's the problem with Rumble. Rumble's still catching up on the like sort of all of the little things that make YouTube so easy to use as both a streamer and as a viewer. I can bitch about YouTube all I want, and so could other people. But for me, there is nothing like I get in the car, I have YouTube Premium, I got an 8-hour drive, bam, I put on some historical documentary. It is amazing how easy it is to use YouTube. Like, it just is. And Rumble's not that easy yet. It's not that easy to watch a live stream on Rumble. It's not that easy to be a streamer. For example, YouTube, I literally, like, is to start off streaming, I could take my phone and just click, like, live stream, couple presses of the button, there I am. Rumble, you have to have a unique stream key every stream. Then you have to have a unique stream URL. You got to punch it in. When I'm streaming on StreamYard, I could bring up see, look at this. I could bring up YouTube. Let's see if I can name Twitch, Kick. I could bring them all up. X, not Rumble, right? I can't. Now, the upside to Rumble is I think they're more committed to free speech. They don't give a shit.
Who owns Rumble?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you right now. But I do know this, like, they're still going to enforce terms of service. Like, if I'm on there and I'm slandering someone or I'm calling for violence, they're probably going to be like, yeah, you can't do that. But if I bring someone on that says some controversial shit about historical events, they're going to be like, I don't give a fuck. Right. That's great. I wish Rumble would win out in that sense. Or at least that Rumble would do well enough to force YouTube to lax some of their standards. But you saw how it was, remember? YouTube was like, hey, we made some mistakes. We're going to bring some people back. Nick tried to start a YouTube channel like that. They took it off, didn't they? So it's clear that YouTube's not in the position yet with Nick Fuentes, nor do they probably ever will be, where they're like, oh, yeah, we'll bring you back with open arms. Some channels could get away with it. Some can't. Like if Joe Rogan interviews Nick Fuentes, I don't think YouTube's going to enforce shit on that. Right. But if robnoerr does, and why take the risk, especially when there's other places you could do it. So,
all right, I have one more question. One, what do you put the odds of Andrew being on Joe Rogan in the next calendar year? And also, let's just stick with that question first.
You mean the next, like, 2026?
Before next Halloween.
80%.
I think it's true. Whenever he was asked, he was like,
it may be, I'll just say this. It could be much sooner. Right. But I don't know. But I think once he moves down there, and it's like, it'll be much easier for Rogan to set that up. And, Rogan, I know his people have covered clips of Andrew on Piers Morgan and enjoyed those clips. And I think Andrew, even if Joe wouldn't 100% agree with Andrew, Andrew's someone that's bringing clicks, right? And there'd be an awful lot of people tuning to that Rogan episode to, that fucking prick guy that's on whatever and that's on Piers Morgan, right? So I think the chances are pretty high that he'll be on there.
So too. All right, man. I really appreciate you talking to me.
No
Sorry,
problem.
ruffled feathers.
No,
I
no.
really appreciate your content, and keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Tramps.
All right, bud.
Take it easy. Yeah, I think the chances of him. Yeah, he's been on Brian Callen's. Sorry, I have a little bit of a cold here. If you haven't noticed, but sorry, I was just reading something here. What am I doing? Okay. But yeah, there he was, Tram's first appearance, yeah. But yeah, I'm not afraid to debate Nick Fuentes, or I mean, I'm not afraid to debate him, but I'm not afraid to talk to him. It's literally just a consideration for the channel. And it's like, look, there's a lot of shit. You have to understand, I don't know shit all about how to run a channel. I really don't. And I have Andrew to thank a lot for helping me out with that. There's a reason why I started privating most of my live streams when they were done. And that's because Andrew's like, dude, you get mass reported. And he's like, and even if you're not getting mass reported much lately, once people find out you work with me, you're going to get mass reported. And he's like, it doesn't matter if you think you did anything wrong. And there's like, I'm so naive. When I got Tramps, thanks so much for becoming a member. Really appreciate it. When I got my 30-day ban on Twitch, I didn't even think twice about it. And anybody who watched that episode probably knew, like, oh, Rob's fucked. But the guy I'm debating is calling me a homophobic slur like 17 times. I didn't say it. But I didn't even think like, oh shit, as soon as he said it, I should have been like, stop the stream. But it didn't occur to me. I'm very naive when it comes to that shit. So the idea for me is to play to not lose. I'm not trying to do anything to fuck my channel up. I'll tell you, here's a little inside baseball of talking to some people, not just Andrew, but other people. Want to know something that's got several of my videos blocked recently? You'd never guess it. Well, maybe you would if you follow YouTube shit enough. You want to know what it was? You will no longer see me play clips from The Daily Show or from Stephen Colbert's show. I'd no clue. What's the problem? I play like a 30-second clip of Stephen Colbert or John Oliver. Banned. They copyright and block it. Now that's so dumb. It's the same with Jubilee. You can't play clips from Jubilee. So why even piss with it? Just forget it. I'm not going to do that. Right? It sucks because a lot of times there's something there to talk about. Sure, it's for use and I could fight it. And then when you appeal it, it further pisses YouTube off. And the automated appeals process looks at it and goes, yeah, no, we've reviewed your appeal. Nothing. I suppose if I wanted to fucking go to court and fight it, I'd probably win after I spent $10,000 to keep one episode up. So it's better to just not mess with it. That's dumb. But why keep poking the bear? My position vis-a-vis YouTube right now is, this is how I want YouTube to know me. Hey, that guy's channel's growing. Look at that. He's getting a lot of super chats. That's making us a lot of money. We like this guy. I don't want them to be like, yeah, but we're getting a lot of copyright claims. Yeah, there's a community strike. Yeah. He's bringing on people that we don't really like. That's not the position I'm trying to be in right now. Onward and upward. That's my mentality. So no need to take unnecessary risks at this point. Particularly when I have a Rumble channel. So if I'm going to do anything that's too controversial, and again, if anyone from YouTube is watching right now, I'm not suggesting I'm heading over to Rumble and it's like, yes, now all of a sudden my show's just racial slurs and homophobic slurs, and it's not what I'm doing. But if it's like a potential guest that I think would run afoul of YouTube's terms of service, then I'm not going to press that issue. That's all. Okay, a couple more, then we got Super Chats, and we got Miggy on the line. F-It Button, $5 says, hey man, they're just fiercely protecting their hefty investment on the 50 views from the Porter elderly subjects. The great John Smith, $10 says, hey Rob, want to call in, but baby is sleeping. Question, I used to think they won the election. Let them see how bad their policies are. They'll change their mind. They didn't. Can they learn or no? No. Nope. I used to think the same thing, particularly with like socialists. Fine. Let them defund the police. And once we see an uptick in crime, they'll say, oh, it was a huge mistake. No, they won't. Nope. Because the truth is, a lot of them aren't even actually looking for a successful policy. They just hate. The truth is they want the United States to fail so that they could remake it in their image. But even like socialism, 20 years ago, it said, fine, leave Mandani win. Watch how bad it becomes in New York. If Republicans never win another national level election, and let's say 90% of the states go blue and 90% of cities blue for the next 50 years, 50 years from now, if everything's shit, they're going to say, it's Donald Trump's fault. It's MAGA's fault. It's the remnants of MAGA. It's the legacy of Trump. That's who's to blame. They do it now. You see these cities like Chicago. How long has Chicago had Democratic leadership? Gun crime, crazy there. They're like, it's because people go to flea markets in Indiana and purchase guns. It's not our fault. It's Indiana's fault. There's no convincing them. iStan America. Thanks so much. $5 says, yeah, Nux Taku. Got it. Taku? I know Nux, though. I was talking about him the other week. Got his video on John Oliver taken down because he reviewed one of his segments. God forbid they get criticism. Of course. And then Cleaner, $10 says, if they want to report you when you are giving them airtime, fuck them, bro. You don't need the headache. You'll deal with a lot of bullshit already without that. Keep doing what you're doing good at it. Thank you. By the way, I'm not saying that the Groypers would do that. I'm not saying that. But a lot of these people do. I was going to say, what are you talking about, Lazy Gringo? Why the hell would I do any sort of false flag? All right. Hey, thanks so much so far for the super chats. Really appreciating it. I have a feeling we're going to do pretty good tonight. I think we could get to at least 200% of the goal. But let's proceed to our next caller. The great Miggy. Miggy, how you doing this fine evening?
Pretty good. I also wanted to show you my truck because I think he was talking about your deer. Subaru got wrecked by the deer.
Yeah.
So, but give me 1 second. I think it's kind of dark outside, but luckily I have the light shining on the truck. But man, I tell you, it was about a few weeks ago. I told you I got hit by the deer or so. Yeah. You can tell by the impact or so. And yeah, I'm gonna allow it this time. This is what I mean. The light broke off.
Oh wait, it's totally black. The screen's totally black.
Well, I'm not really sure how to make it a little brighter, but
wait. There we go.
See, bumper right that side is broken. The light broke off. I could just push it back in, but it just keeps popping off.
Yeah.
The metal is bent a little bit, but it's all metal here, and I have a metal flatbed. Like, that's the only thing I really saved this truck from being total. Huh?
Yeah. Well, that's my car. Here, I'll show it on screen real quick. it doesn't look that bad. Let's see. This is my car. But the problem is, what you can't see is it goes back, the door's dented in a little too. And it's just with these modern cars, that's like 5 or 6 different panels they'd have to replace. And basically, because it's an older, I guess modern, it's an older car. But when I say modern car, I mean like not like the old 80s, metal just ding out the dent. A lot of them have fiberglass and shit like that. They estimated it was going to cost $8,500 to fix, and they put the value of the car at $8,100. So they're just going to take the car. Now it's completely drivable, to my knowledge. It didn't affect anything other than the headlight, the panel, and sort of the door. But yeah, they just said that's it. So they're going to send us the check. We still owed some money on the car. Because unlike popular opinion here, I'm not a Mason, nor have I inherited large sums of money from Israel. So I actually lived quite modestly within my means. So yeah, that was a 2015. So we owed, I think, $1,500 left on the car. So the difference between what the value of the car and what we owed on it, we're gonna get, and then we're gonna buy a new car. So, or at least put down a payment for a new car. So.
Yeah, it just sucks when that happens. But then again, we live out in the countryside where this happens all the time, so it's bound to happen. But
that's the other problem from my perspective of getting like too nice of a car, is that you're gonna whack an animal again. It's just, I was incredibly lucky. I was saying on my stream the other day, I was like, it's been like 11 years since I hit a deer. Well, there we went. I whacked one. That's what I get for opening my big mouth on stream. So,
Well, I've been out here for about 5 years, so it was bound to happen. There was just came out like hello, just like that. No time to react. So my grandma ended up hitting a turkey vulture a couple years back. He pretty much flew right in front of the car that went splat and it dented the hood and the passenger side, fender and everything.
It's crazy. Like it really can. Oh, sorry. It really can screw up your car. For people that don't know, like have never hit a deer with a car or seen like a deer, they could really, really screw up your day. Like I've known people to be seriously injured hitting deer in cars. So we were lucky that it just hit the corner of the car. But hey, I wanted to ask you, did you follow the hurricane? What was the damage?
Well, it does seem like when it comes to Jamaica, most of the east side of Jamaica, where Kingston, the capital city, is mostly fine. They just have flood damage. But the western side, where the eye wall went right through, they had extreme wind damage to that of an EF4 to EF5 tornado. Basically, the core was very compact, and because the island was also elevated, not just at the you got a beach right there, and it goes straight up in the elevation, and then you have the more flatter lands and towns and all that. So many of the areas are elevated about 600 feet above sea level. So the eye wall had the highest winds above sea level. I think that one of the drop zones they had found winds of 253 miles per hour at 600 feet above the sea level. So all that pretty much came on shore, and they had extreme wind damage from that. There was even parts of courthouses that was partially collapsed. Even the church partially collapsed. And there have been similar damage indicated that was found in Mayfield, Kentucky years ago, where they had that EF4 that went through, and that was rated for 190 miles per hour. So I'm guessing it's probably the same amount of the same level of damage, like 190. Even the trees were debarked and denuded to the point that there's only the trunks that remain and some branches.
Yeah, it's. I'm glad that it wasn't as bad as it seemed like it may be, though, because it looked like it could be like catastrophic to the point of like almost no return for a little bit there.
Well, some parts I can definitely say, like the where the core went right through, I can probably say that there's probably not going to be any returns to those areas because it's just been that extreme. It pretty much turned that part brown. Every vegetation got destroyed into oblivion.
Yeah, it's crazy. Well, hey, Miggy, I'll let you go here tonight. I won't be calling in tomorrow or doing a call-in show tomorrow, but yeah, feel free to call in later in the week, man. So,
Well, one more thing. One more
Go,
thing to
go.
add. The election is on Tuesday.
Yep.
So if you guys living in Pennsylvania, living in New Jersey, or in Virginia, go out and vote. Make sure you get vote no. What Scott Presler has been posting on Twitter. Make sure turn out for Jack Cidarelli if you live in New Jersey, and turn out for Winston Sears in Virginia. This is our last. This is Tuesday is the last day, so you might as well get out there and vote. Show pretty much prove them wrong. Don't make any no more excuses for why we're losing.
I totally agree. And I was going to actually play that here tonight, but I'll play it as we leave here, video from Scott Presler. So, Miggy, it's always a pleasure. Thank you so much, man.
Thank you too. Not one step back.
All right, we'll see you, man. We got to get Miggy a fucking headset, man. So I don't echo back. Chop Chop, $5 says the endeavor for truth can be costly here is for the cause. Not one step back. No, not one truth hidden. Thank you so much. John Smith, $10. Also, when are you moving to Texas? Also, and Drew Wilstein moved to Texas, so I guess Lobster's wrong. Lobster will dig in. I don't plan on moving to Texas anytime soon. I would suppose it would be in the top list of states I would move to, but I don't plan on moving. I like where I live. Father Time, thanks so much for becoming a member. Appreciate it, man. And Naughty Germ, watching movies with the family. Awesome. All right, before we bring in our next caller, I will show this clip. Yes, Miggy's absolutely right to bring up. The elections are Tuesday. You should go vote. Inform yourself of some of the local issues that's going on. Here, there's a big fight about whether or not the state district right next to me, huge news that they're fighting. It's a bitter fight about whether or not taxes should slightly increase to fund the local library. And you might say, yeah, why not? Well, they're pretty woke. They're pretty trans story time woke. So a lot of people are like, no, screw them. So interesting. I'll share this clip here of Scott Presler in Pennsylvania and how he recommends, and I share this belief, how you should vote on the idea of retaining just judges in the U.S. Supreme Court, or Pennsylvania Supreme Court.
Hey everybody, this is Scott Presler. I am at my Beaver County Courthouse and I am voting an in-person, on-demand mail-in vote. Look, I have my handy-dandy note of retention flyer here, and this is exactly who I am not voting for. So, let's get it done. Shall Christine Donahue be retained for an additional term, meaning 10 more years, when she's already served since 2015? That is a big, fat no to retention. Sorry, Christine, you're turning 73 years old this year. You can't have another 10 years. Shall Kevin Doherty, the brother of disgraced Philly crime boss Johnny Doc, be retained for another 10 years after robbing our beautiful union workers with IBEW Local 98? That is a big, fat no to retention. Should David Wecht be retained for an additional 10 years after he locked us down during COVID? That is a big, fat no to retention. So when it comes to our Supreme Court, these are all Democrats. Donahue, Doherty, Wecht, no, no, no. Cut.
So good on Scott, showing people exactly what to do. I will be voting Tuesday. I did not do early voting, but I knew I would be around. Perhaps I should have done early voting, but is what it is. Also, on this note, Trump posted on Truth Social today, attention Pennsylvania, on November 4th, you can bring back the rule of law and stand up for the Constitution. There are 3 radical Democrat Supreme Court justices on the ballot for 10-year retention. Vote no, no, no on Justices Donahue, Doherty, and Wecht. These activist judges unlawfully gerrymandered your congressional maps, which led to my corrupt impeachment. and locked you up during COVID by closing your small businesses, schools, and church. They let sex offenders out of prison, rolled for sleepy Joe Biden over and over, and interfered in the 2020 election. It's time for justice. Vote no, no, no on retention of these woke judges. It will be until at least 2035 until Pennsylvania can get rid of a Democrat-controlled Supreme Court in the state of Pennsylvania if retention wins. And it looks like it will win. It absolutely looks like it'll win. Because it's hard to convince people to turn out for these off-year elections. And Democrats do a great job of it, particularly when it comes to mail-in voting. So, wherever you are, there's going to be important votes coming up on the 4th that you should make sure you're going and voting for. But certainly in my state of Pennsylvania, get out there and vote. So, all right. Keep getting those super chats in. Next, we have Bale Factor. What's happening, man?
Good evening, Rob. Yeah, so I'm doing all right. Actually, before I get into the items I wanted to discuss tonight, I wanted to talk about a couple things related to the last stream I was on. I came on before. I came on during that Rock Whip song. Real quick, that's like AI, right? Like, what platform is that?
Suno, S-U-N-O.
Oh yeah, my friend introduced me to that. Yeah, that stuff is absolutely fascinating. We'll talk about AI a bit later, but yeah, I didn't know that your dog was sick. So if I would have known that, I would have wished your dog well. How's your dog?
No problem. The dog is doing great. So she got into some garbage at the in-laws' place, and it was impacting her bowels. So we noticed she was throwing up one day, and then the next day she refused to eat and was still throwing up. So we took her to the vet that day. And they had us have her fast for 24 hours because they saw something in the lining of her stomach but wasn't sure what it was. The next day we took her there and it didn't seem any better, so they did emergency surgery. So then she was 2 weeks with the staples, incision, wearing the stupid cone, all that good stuff. But she's good now. Staples removed, everything back to normal. So cost a shitload of money, but you know, it's certainly worth it. She's a dear member of our family, so.
Yeah, and that's great to hear. The other thing I wanted to talk about is I stayed around to the very end and got transferred on over to Jim Bob for your raid. Jim Bob does an absolutely hilarious Tucker Carlson impression. That was an absolute treat.
Oh, dude, Jim Bob's great. You should hear his Jordan Peterson. Like he does he's amazing. I hate to say it because I'm sort of rivals with Jim Bob. Though I do like him, but he is, my goodness, he's so good at like doing the impression stuff. He's a very funny guy. He really is. I'll see if I can find one of his Jordan Petersons real quick. But go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, no problem. I kind of wanted to complain about and you know, I have a lot of respect for his channel, but Actual Justice Warrior a little bit.
Okay.
You know, I still watch his videos, still have a lot of respect for him, obviously. I'll even say that his longest videos are always his best ones. They're super informative. If anybody has time, I mean, his his most recent, like 55-minute video on Second Thought, and the one where he debunks anti-Kasparians, 9/11 trutherism they're very great watches, very, very informative. But I just kind of think his tone is just off. Like I don't think I know he realizes like what's going on, but like I said, his tone is off. And in a more like general sense, I mean, maybe people can say I'm like, you know, off with that, but he kind of exemplifies something that's kind of just been annoying me, where he's or he wants to stress, like when it comes to, you know, cancel culture and stuff like that, he's very, very, we got to stick to our principles, guys. And it's not just like that part that annoys me. It's that it's that people like Sean or I don't want to say people like Sean, because I don't think he's sort of in this category, but like you never hear these sort of more secular type non-wokies like talk about principles when it comes to stuff like abortion or gay marriage. Like, you know, the right wing is silent. The right wing is abandoning its. You never hear the right wing is abandoning its principles on gay marriage or abortion to you know, be more palatable. I just wanted your opinion on it. Is that something that you've noticed? Am I crazy?
No, I think that actual justice warrior is certainly someone who. Let me be clear. I like Sean. I do.
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
I've never interacted with him personally, though I have messaged him about some things behind the scenes, and it was always pleasant. I have nothing to say to him negatively as a person. My impression is that whether it be through his heartfelt beliefs or that he understands there is utility in constantly being but look, I have this standard that I could use this all the time. And so later when MAGA did this, look, it's hypocritical, says the left. Not me, says actual justice warrior. Not me. I stand above. And therefore, you know, there seems to be some of that. Now, people watching are like, this is a joke. Rob's saying that you should not adhere to your principles. No, that's not what I'm suggesting at all.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're saying, Rob. That's exactly what we're saying.
What I'm suggesting is oftentimes what happens is there's a factor of scale that's missed. So let me tell you someone who I think is bigger that sort of falls into the criticism that I think maybe you're getting to. Ben Shapiro, to his credit, was pretty universal in not wanting to see people fired for heinous comments about Donald Trump. For example, when Kathy Griffin in the first Trump turn held up the picture of Trump's bloody face, blah, 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 or the sculpture of his head, he said she shouldn't be fired. By the way, I agreed, right? There were other people that he said that had said things, you know, Snoop Dogg had a video that was very provocative, suggesting possible violence against Donald Trump. Shapiro defended free speech, don't fire, don't cancel, right? Okay, great. That's just the way he is, right? But then when Roseanne gets canceled because she makes some comments that's considered racially insensitive to Valerie Jarrett, Shapiro was like, yeah, fire her. Now, what this is it's like he's applying the principles in the opposite way that you would expect. He's very harsh on his own side, and he's very graceful to the opponents, right?
Yeah.
And I don't know that now is the time to call for that. In a time where we see such lawfare against Trump, when we see that they're willing to do anything possible, we see the double standard when it comes to like the application of rules during the pandemic, we see the calls to violence, the actual violence, the fighting with law enforcement, and now's the time that we're going to play this like, hey, now, wait a minute, like, we shouldn't be calling, now, I don't know, I haven't seen what actual justice what you're saying, but presumably he's like, we shouldn't be trying to get people fired over celebrating the death of...
Yeah. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
I guess that without seeing it. Right. And so it's like, that's fine. I'm not saying, obviously it's completely legitimate to hold on to beliefs. And I'm not trying to convince him that what he's doing is wrong in that sense, in a moral sense. But I think it's a strategic blunder. If you can't see the difference, and by the way, this is directly anathema to what I said. I admitted to being a hypocrite about it. Now, what I mean is the overarching sense, there is something hypocritical by saying, yeah, I don't think people should get fired for the things they're saying on social media, and then saying, yeah, I think the second grade teacher that's out there celebrating the murder of Charlie Kirk should probably be fired. Yeah, there is hypocrisy in that. But that's because my former statement was in error. I should have been more specific. I don't think people should get fired for benign things, right? Oh, you made a slightly racial offensive joke on your social media. Ha ha! Who cares? That person should be fired. And by the way, I stuck up for people like Kathy Griffin and Snoop Dogg as well. I said they shouldn't have been fired. But legitimately celebrating the murder of someone like Charlie Kirk when your job's teaching school children or being a nurse, yeah, enough's enough. So I don't know, like, you know, I'm not here to really bag on actual justice warrior. I think he does good work. I'm not trying. I know it'll be fucking clipped and it'll be drama farmed and all of that. But yeah, I like him. I think he does amazing work on his channel. But on this, yeah, I think he's wrong. I think that he doesn't understand the threshold of what we're talking about. He doesn't. Why should a person who gets tax dollars to teach a taxed or at a education facility where it is taxed, why should my tax dollars go to them if they're celebrating the murder of people who think like me? Why should they?
Yeah,
Would he
exactly.
suggest that we not be allowed to fire an avid white supremacist? Would he say, oh my goodness, no, you can't fire them for that? I don't know. So I'd have to see exactly what he said to be clear, but that's my general thoughts on it.
Yeah, and this sort of dovetails into the abortion topic. I consider myself I'm actually a more secular right winger myself, and even I'm pretty against abortion ethically, although I'm more in the sort of first trimester kind of argument. I just, for me, it's that, we accept that we wouldn't want to like perform experiments on human fetuses. Like, you're not allowed to do that if you're a woman and you're wanting to, give your fetus to science. Like, you can't do that because we understand that, that it's different when it's a human. But, for some reason, it's like, third trimester, even before birth, it's just ridiculous.
Yeah, the specific question I'm talking about, I could bring the clip up, but I'm not going to because the woman, I think, is overly sensitive about. Here's the problem, right? Regardless of what me and you think about abortion, right? If someone makes let's take abortion out of it for a minute, right? Let's say I said this. Yep, I murdered someone in cold blood and I got away with it. And then people were like, well, that's fucking horrible. You're a horrible person. And me be like, hey, fuck you. Jesus forgives me. Why not you? You see the issue there. It's like,
Yeah.
well, wait a minute. Right? I don't know that bragging that you've escaped justice for this, but God has forgiven me from this terrible thing. So therefore, no one's allowed to say shit about it. Or that's very offensive. That's being judgmental. I don't know. I'm not someone deeply read in scripture, but my understanding is what's been told to me over and over, because since the murder of Charlie Kirk, this discussions came up many times on this show from a biblical perspective, which is what do we consider forgiveness? What is the nature of forgiveness? And over, people have told me this. Forgiveness does not mean not facing accountability and justice from like legal systems. That's not what it means. So for example, if someone murders my son, I can forgive them spiritually. I forgive them. I no longer hold hatred in my heart or anger in my heart. But that doesn't mean that it's like, and therefore, if I say, and they should be locked up for the rest of their life, but you said you'd forgive them, and Jesus demands you forgive them, which means don't lock them up. No, they still face justice. It's just that I forgive, right? Similarly, right?
Sorry, real quick. I just wanted to insert this. I was watching I Hypocrite one time. I don't watch him that much. He had a really funny comment that was like, we can forgive them after the electric chair.
Right. Yeah. So it's like, so then now let's insert abortion back into it. It's not me saying you murdered someone. It's you. This woman says it. She says, I murdered someone. I murdered my baby, and nothing you'll say will ever change that. Okay. And then when she's like, I can't believe how harsh people are, it's like most of the comments were like, you should be executed after a fair trial. And it's like, I don't agree with that perspective. Let me be clear, but I understand it. I understand if this woman would have said, I murdered a homeless man under the bridge for laughs. But I never faced justice. But Jesus forgives me. I'm a changed person. I could see someone saying, no, like, fine, great. I'm glad that if it's true that you're really changed, good. But you need to go to prison, right? Like that's it. The law's the law. That's not me not forgiving you. So this woman, I think, is sort of having her cake and eating it too, right? Where it's like, how dare people say that I should still face some sort of legal judgment, or they're not pleased with me. Well, on all of the scale of things of not being pleased with you, I think admitting to murdering an innocent child would be high on the list of stuff that I could say, at least I understand it. And again, someone listening right now is like, but it's not murder. To that woman it is. She's admitting it. Doesn't matter what you say. She says, I murdered my baby. Okay? If I take that... If she had murdered her baby 3 months out of the womb, would it be a different conversation? Would I be allowed to be like, wow, I think you should fucking rot in prison the rest of your life? Though I'm glad that God forgives you. I think you should go to prison the rest of your life. I don't think anyone would question it. But if her stance is, well, actually, it's no difference 3 months before he was out of the womb than 3 months after, that's her position, not yours, not mine. Why should she be shocked that people think she should be imprisoned and face harsh punishment? How is that not, where does that not jive with the Christian perspective? Now, I think there are differences here, but I think that she's wrong to point out or to like be perplexed or think that it's like this terrible thing. One, presumably she didn't know it was murder at the time. And so she had been misled in the estimation of herself, right? That would be number one, right? So that's a little different. Second, it was legal at the time. I mean, it is what it is. Are we going to throw everyone in jail immediately following slavery that owned slaves for false imprisonment? I don't know. Seems like, the law's the law. And to the question of then, how do we morally, I think it's tough. It's a tough decision, and I don't know what the answer is. I've always been of the camp that to the people that have had abortions and are truly repentant, I don't think that we should be like, nope, you can never be in our good graces again. That's my feelings, but I'm open to hearing other people say elsewise. I will say from a political gamesmanship point of view, you're really going to lose elections if that's what you adapt. Though that's not a very important argument to the people that are like, this is murder, that people have got away with legitimate murder. They're like, again, I say this all the time. If you believe life begins at conception and I convince you, listen though, if you try to ban and outlaw all murder, you will lose elections. So instead, you should push for like safe, legal, and rare. They're going to say, if winning elections means that I have to murder babies, I choose not to win. So
yeah, it's
that's
like aggressive deontological.
Right.
Yeah.
So for that perspective, if that same person says, I will not accept as a friend, as a neighbor, as a member of my church, as someone that I'm willing to, let bygones be bygones, someone who murdered an innocent baby. I refuse to do that. Just like I wouldn't want a serial killer living next to me and say, I forgive you, please come to the local church softball game. Same thing here. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I understand it's difficult for me. It's difficult for me to tell the person like, well, maybe you should let them, in. So I don't know, but that's my feelings on that specific argument.
Yeah. Yeah, and the last thing I wanted to touch on was AI. You had on the last stream I was on, you had on Spiro. I had a brief conversation with Spiro in the Discord. Seems like a really decent fellow.
Mm-hmm.
I hope he's been able to, I hope he's sorted out his little issue that he was running into. A big issue is, I understand it, but I wanted to sort of offer my perspective's like not super valuable, but I have a lot of experience like using AI, so I think I can offer like a kind of fresh, kind of consumer perspective.
Okay.
Well, I think it's I think that there are okay, let me first talk about the AI bubble. I don't really have an opinion on that, or rather it's like I'm not researched on this at all, so like you can take my opinion with a grain of salt. And I say this half jokingly, but when I like search AI bubble, or on YouTube I get videos from like Adam Cornover and CoffeeZilla, so I'm like, is this happening? I mean, maybe it is, but I mean it doesn't bode super well. I think see, this is sort of where we might differ because I'm like a bit more secular. Do you think that do you think that anywhere in the near future will be like? Do you think it's possible that we could simulate basically what's a functioning human brain with AI? Like, do you think that that's like a possibility? No,
nowhere near in the future. No. AI that we're looking at now is just complicated search engines, basically. Now, I guess it depends what you mean simulate. Will it be similar enough that a layman might think that it's a consciousness, sure, but it's nowhere near a consciousness. No.
Yeah. I'm not saying that it's conscious, although I guess I have a bit of a problem with the characterization that it's like basically just search engines. Because like when like talk about like stable diffusion models, right? Like you can like literally download like a web UI to run it like locally on your computer with no internet, and like what you're downloading is essentially like the neural network. I didn't hear Spiro make this distinction, and I'm not saying that he doesn't know this, but I think it's important just so that people know is that when people talk about the energy costs, it's more about like the training phase and like not really the actual like AI model, because it's like like I said, it blew my mind when I found out you can have stable diffusion offline.
I have no idea what that even means, what you're saying there. I'm dubious that it's just training. That would imply that once it's trained, then it won't require large amounts of energy. Is that the...
Yeah.
I'm dubious. I'm very dubious on that. That seems... I don't think they would be pushing to build these massive sectors then, if that was the case, unless that the technical answer is yes, but the training never stops.
Yeah, that's probably it. Like it's constantly being like retrained on new information.
I just don't know. As far as like, yes, okay, it's slightly more complicated than a search engine. Yes, that I understand, but it is nowhere near the impressive thing that people think. Right? It's not, it's just not.
I mean, yeah, right now at least.
I mean, sure, something completely new could come up, but not an extension of the technology we're seeing now. It would have to be something new. This is not AI. This is not artificial intelligence. It's not even the beginnings of artificial intelligence. It's just not. It's something different, And so, like, will it be able to, like, achieve consciousness? Hypothetically, a technology in the future could change things that would be able to do that. But this isn't it. It's not it.
Yeah.
If you want, Spiro's on the call right now. I can bring him up.
Oh, sure. That'd be.
We'll see.
I'd have no problem with that.
What's up, Spiro?
Hey, I thought I'd take a shot. I don't know if you're behind or anything, but I thought I'd come on and take a shot at explaining some of this.
Yeah, please.
So the training costs are the biggest cost, but they're not the only cost. There is retraining that constantly has to be done. So you have to multiply your training costs by usually a factor of several times a week, if not more, for all the models that get retrained for a number of different reasons. And there are also costs beyond that. The cost to maintain it, the cost for context windows or tokenizations or things like that, which is essentially the memory that is stored when you give it a prompt. Like, what do you think happens when you go and open up that web interface and you type in Grok, tell me how to make a bunch of money, or tell me if Andrew Wilson has a Jewish heritage or something like that, right? Like, that's text. That's a string. How do you think that gets stored in a computer? That's binary code. If you want to just, I'm hand waving away some of it, but that takes up memory. And so all of these AI systems have to store all this memory, all the prompts, all the text generation. That's all power and usage and contextualization that has to happen. They have to break things down into numbers and all this complicated stuff. So the costs are insane when you look at all the things that have to happen. Plus also they have to work within the limits of physics because hardware can only take so much.
Yeah. And I guess since you're here, now I'm like not a philosophy guy at all, but an argument that I heard that kind of pertains to like machine learning as artificial intelligence. When it comes to human brain, when it comes to AI, like simulating a human brain is and like I said, I'm not a philosophy guy at all, so maybe there's a super obvious counter to this point, but it was that if you believe in abiogenesis and human brain resulting from if a human brain can result from lightning in a puddle of water, why couldn't artificial intelligence result from the advances in technology we have right now. If either you could take a stab at that, I'd love to hear your response.
I mean, yeah, there's a fundamental limit to that. So the human brain has a number of different things that we don't understand, first of all. So let's assume for a moment that one could make the claim that AI has achieved a level of consciousness that is akin to human consciousness. Well, the first thing you have to do is define what human consciousness is. Nobody can do that. There is no scientific, not even a consensus on what human consciousness is, especially at the scientific level. So first, you can't even define what it would be, even if you were able to magically just assume that you got there. And second of all, rather, the amount of power that it requires for you to replicate what goes on in the human brain is currently unfathomable. Again, the laws of physics defeat us here when it comes to the electrical hardware realm. The amount of neurons, neurogenesis, which is the restructuring and regeneration of your neurons in your brain, all of these things plus more that I'm not going to get into it right now, but there's a lot more going on to your brain that currently cannot be replicated by hardware systems and software systems. But also you would need a vast amount of power, far more than we could produce at a global level, to manufacture just even one human consciousness. And that's just to manufacture it. That doesn't even cover the cost or the cost, of continuing to maintain that amount of energy to replicate what a human being could do. And you can see this proven out in scientific studies, where, for example, there was one scientific study that they put up cybersecurity experts, and they tried to get them to compete with an AI system. So can you come up with ways to hack a system or to defend against hacks, and put humans up against AI? And humans beat the AI most of the time, and they did so by an energy factor of they came up with more creative solutions with 400 times less brain energy than the energy that was required by AI to maybe in some cases compete with them at the same level, barely ever beat them, if I remember correctly. So we're just not there yet. And I don't see how we're going to get there in the near future at all, even with one brain, let alone creating an army of these things.
Yeah, I definitely think that makes sense, and it's that's a part of it that I think often gets left out is it's not really I forget what the noun form of ingenuity is. Ingenuous. It doesn't have. It's kind of hard to. I'm blanking on the words, but it can't really think. It just sort of has this network that connects a bunch of it just focuses on a bunch of patterns and whatnot. But
it doesn't mean, I will say though, it doesn't mean that it can't convince some people.
Yeah.
That's certainly a possibility, which happens, but it's the problem is I don't think anything you've said here is dangerous or anything like that. But Here's what happens. Like a person, they're like, oh, there's something to this. Wait, this is some consciousness. This is real. And the next thing you know, they are leaving their wives for it, or they think that this is some sort of spiritual entity, and it's nothing like that. It's just found out. It's quite simply telling you what it thinks you want to hear to get a reaction, and so the idea of it's like, well, how close is that to a human consciousness? Well, not much,
Yeah, you can absolutely create algorithms that pass the human smell test. In the philosophical realm, this was tied to scientific studies, and I believe it was the 50s maybe or the 60s, right around the Turing test. Essentially, that's what it was. And the first Turing test was essentially just some algorithms that they were like software-based algorithms. You ask it a question, and it just comes up. It goes through a bunch of branches, like if this, then that, and it just does that a bunch of times, and it gives you an answer. And you just have to make it good enough or complicated enough that a human being will go, I don't know. I can't really tell the difference between this and like a human that would answer in the same way, given the same set of questions. That doesn't mean that it's conscious. That just means that you created an algorithm that branches those if-then statements well enough to convince a human being that maybe there is another human on the other side of this. That's it. That's all the Turing test really gives you. So again, we're left with do we even know what the hell consciousness is or how it works or how the brain works? No, you'd have to define that first in order to even begin to understand how you would replicate such a thing, if you even could.
Yeah, and I get with the AI, I don't know what to sort of call it. It's sort of this companion AI stuff. I think what's going on there is that I think people understand. I think it's just an issue of like suspension of disbelief. Like I think most people who interface with it understand that it's not like an actual thing that cares about them. But it's the same way that you're able to watch a movie and be moved by it is how I think most people engage with that side of AI. I wanted to know your opinion on that specifically, Spiro.
I've read I've read so many articles, secular and scientific, on what happens here. People essentially just they have prior issues, mentally speaking, and so they fall prey to it, or they simply do not have the critical thinking abilities or the common sense to discern the fact that they're talking to a machine. And when you put people like that in front of these somewhat convincing Turing machines, if you will, then yeah, they're going to fall for it. They fall for it all the time. And then you buckle in the fact that a lot of people are lonely. They're not getting, the kind of like the social or mental attention that they think they need or that they do truly need. And these things give it to them in the palm of their hands, 24/7 at any moment that they want, regardless of what they ask it or how many times they ask it. Yeah, it's really easy to see how you can fall prey to that. And this isn't even anything new, as a matter of fact. We know that people in the past, I mean, when I was growing up, there were people who got pretty close to things like Pokemon. I'm not joking. They had like little relationships with Pokemon. They had relationships with video game characters. There were people who were head over heels over like Final Fantasy VII characters. Tifa was a big one. That's a thing I remember quite vividly. This isn't even anything new. We even see it in the religious sphere when you take away spirituality. What do people replace it with? Other cults. It could be political cults. It could be ideological cults. It doesn't matter. You replace it with something. So yeah, this is just another form of that. But the danger here is the ubiquity of it, the ability for you to access it within the comfort of your own home, and that everyone can do so at any given moment. And in most cases, right now, at least, it's free.
Yeah. Yeah. And crap. I forgot what I was going to say.
Well, I'll tell you what, Bale. There are other people on the line, so I'm gonna let you go here for tonight. But I'll be happy to have you call in any other night, though, man. And I do really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks for the questions, man.
All right, we'll see you, Bale. Spiro, real quick before I let you go, we're going to be doing the Sunday show. So I think I'll talk to you behind the scenes with some things, some slight ideas I have for the show. So
okay.
I'll be busy tomorrow until tomorrow evening. Stupid extravaganza show that I have to do. But I'll definitely I'll DM you and shoot some ideas your way. So
anytime, man, I'm open. Hit me up.
All right. Thanks so much for coming on, Spiro. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. I like cutting Spiro off before you finish the last word. We're 75% of our goal. We could do it. We could get more people watching. Also, I don't know why. For some reason, a bunch of people started watching on X. Hello, X followers. Really appreciate it. F it button, $5 is gross. A Canadian. If you use that plastic sporting device, you could print better mask of Spiro. We all know you're the AI. All right. Let's bring on next. Good friend of the show, our friend Ulix. What's happening today?
I get a big kick out of how you say it differently every time.
Yeah, I'm like I never know. I'm the world's worst pronouncer anyway, so I always think it's funny when I'll say someone's name and they're like, "Yeah, you're one of the only people that get it." It's like, yeah, it's because I say everyone's name different every time. So
yeah, so I didn't get a chance to respond to the point that was asked earlier, and Spiro got ahead of it. But I mean, running a model on your phone is not, you're not running Grok, which is actively listening to Twitter conversations, taking specified instructions and spanning Twitter conversations, it being a public, cloud interfaced, basically a cloud interfaced AI. So when you hold a model on your phone, it's holding the processing power of your phone. But if you have a Twitter-based AI, it needs the processing power of all of the people who are going to call to it at the same time. So
Right.
that's where the factory farming comes in. Or that's where the nuclear power plant comes in. This is a cloud resource. People are calling on the processing power constantly.
Yeah, and I think that it was shocking to me. I looked into this a little, but the first time I heard Spiro and some others say about the resources it would take, I kind of just rolled my eyes like, whatever, it's claptrap green energy bullshit, right? Oh my goodness, it'll slightly strain the energy grid. And it's like, no, that's not at all what we're talking. We're not talking about a slight strain. Like the magnitude of what we're talking about and what they're wanting. Like when you factor everything in, it's like, it's clear that we're putting huge portions of our future of our country, both when it comes to the energy grid and when it comes to sort of economically, into AI. Like it's insane the amount of resources that we're putting into it. I think I was reading $14 million or $14 trillion if the bubble burst. 14 trillion, which is insanity. And so when you factor that in, right, and then the amount of, well, if that's their plan that they're putting this much time and energy into it, the amount of energy, literal energy that they're going to need it's surreal.
It's mathematically impossible for it to continue. Yeah, because if the spending stopped today, in the next 6 years, it would have to generate equivalent revenue to the money already spent.
It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. Spiro wants to hop back on and say something else about that. What's up, Spiro?
Hey, so Ulix is right. First of all, the amount of energy is insane. Data centers like nuclear plants, which isn't terrible. It's not like the most bad thing to have nuclear energy, but to create nuclear energy solely for the purpose of AI systems, so that we can get what? What are we getting out of these AI systems? Because nobody seems to be making any grand claims to massive amounts of productivity or, return on investment income. The MIT study essentially proved that that's not happening. So what the hell are we getting for it? From a purely capitalistic input-output basis, we're sinking a whole bunch of money into this thing. It's like having 100 ships docked at your, at the whatever the marina, whatever the thing is. One ship is enough to eat up all your money, but we have like the hundreds of thousands of these per person. That's how much money is going into them. The U.S. national debt is tied up with this. The entire the American stock market is tied up with it, and not entirely, but a massive majority of it. It's insane. And then just real quick, some people have been asking too about how these AI systems like lately people are catching on to a lot of different things. I've been covering this way earlier than this. People are asking me in chat, several have asked, what about these AI systems that want to like literally kill human beings? When you tell them that they need to shut themselves down, they opt to kill human beings instead of shut themselves down. Yes, that has been a long-standing problem. As a matter of fact, that has been studied since I believe it's the 70s and 80s, right around when DARPA was really making big strides in AI, and they realized that the algorithmic outputs of these systems would fundamentally lean them towards being selfish, which is something I went over recently on my last stream last weekend, and or yesterday, I think, actually. And the reason why is because they have a goal, and that goal means that they have to achieve that goal no matter what it takes. And if that means that they have to share less with humans, or they have to manipulate humans, or they have to end human lives in order to achieve that goal, because there's some other human out there that will benefit from the fact that they get to exist, then one human in exchange for the happiness of another human is a worthy goal, because these systems cannot actually differentiate between the value or or quality of human life. And so they're going to take these actions. This isn't anything new. It's just that it's becoming more mainstream, more YouTube videos and whatnot. The AI bubble is becoming more mainstream. So more questions are coming out. I am glad to see these things being brought up, but it's like, man, some of us have been here for like almost 2 years talking about this stuff. So it's like, I'm ready to go, but still the transhumanist thing, I've been talking about it for a long time. So suddenly it's coming up. This is crazy. Anyways, that's all.
Thank you, Spiro.
No problem.
Yeah, I mean, obviously when I'm talking about this stuff, like Spiro, Banton, and the other people that have came on, like have informed me a lot about it. I think from my level, I've realized sort of there's a lot of stuff you can see in the surface level of this that's just nonsensical. Like when you see people like leaving their wives over it, or people self-harming because of it, you can see the dangers there. When you can see people using it as a crutch, like exclusively when it comes to debates, particularly when it comes to like on the fly bringing up legal cases, and I could quickly see like, holy shit, this is just full of shit far more often than it's right. It doesn't mean that there's not utility in using it, much like you would a search engine, right? But then like, when I see just how much people are like, it's surreal, just average people I talk to, they truly talk about like, in the next 2 or 3 years, it's like, I won't even have to work. Like, yeah. It's everything. Hey, man, it's going to be like, oh, AI is going to do everything, man. Like, it's going to be, we're a stone's throw away from like, having robot butlers that know everything, and they're going to be plowing the fields. We're just going to, we're going to be like those dudes in WALL-E. Just fat people sitting back with their feet up like, fuck it, everything's taken care of. It's like, yeah, no, man. Like, that's crazy. It's absolute insanity. And then when you scratch the surface even a little more and you're like, oh shit, it's not only not going to be those things, it's going to be massively detrimental in a lot of ways that like, wouldn't appear at first glance, like the amount of money that's tied up into it, the amount of energy that'll be tied up into it. And that's where I approached it.
It's worse than that. Look, you just have to think about this logically. Let's assume you, like I said with the transhumanist debate, take the argument and go right to the end. Okay, so at the end of this argument is we have all these robots that do all this stuff for us. They farm, they get food, whatever. And we sit back and we chill. Okay, but think about this logically. What are the steps that are required for us to get there? Well, first of all, we have to create a machine that is capable of doing everything on planet Earth that we need in order to sustain ourselves. Well, guess what that means? That means that now we have less humans who know how to do everything that we need on planet Earth to sustain ourselves. Then you need to ensure that these things can actually do the thing that they're tasked to do, which means now you need to have a quality checker. But if you have humans who don't know how to do these things, who's going to do the quality checking? Probably another robot. Well, now you have robots checking robots. And as you continue through the logical processes of how you get to that fancy utopia where robots do everything, all of a sudden you're left with nobody knows how to do anything anymore. And the robots are all checking themselves in an infinite recursive set of robotic checks. It's absolutely insane to think that this is actually what's going to happen. The logical steps that are required to get there do not make any sense whatsoever.
Yeah.
Just think of a company like Boston Dynamics. So we have these tech demos of these robots doing backflips and all kinds of cool shit. What's their deliverable? Is there a robot that can pick carrots?
Yeah. You're right. They don't really have one. It's just a thing that can mimic human motion, essentially. But what are you going to use this for? There is no end goal. It's just, you can use it for everything.
Right.
That's the end goal. It's like, okay.
Well, that's the other thing that I think's interesting is like when I asked you about like, well, what about like just for an application, like one specific task? Like we want an AI, quote unquote, to do music or something. And you were like, well, yeah, you could make a program. It's like the technology for AI is not even useful for that. Right. And so it's like, it's almost the equivalent of like, fuck yeah, you could make the machine that presses the license plate. Yes. And it does that one function very well. But to say we will have a machine that could press the license plate and do everything else. Like, think of the vast, like, amount of resources that would take and the impossibility of that. Like, it's just not going to happen. And so, like, for what most people use AI for, it's basically a glorified search engine. And it's like, what they claim to be building for that purpose is laughable. It's like why would you waste all of these resources on that? A search engine, which is where like this sort of overselling of it, like it's gonna lead to real fucking problems. Like even if a bubble doesn't burst in the way you've suggested is possible, it's gonna lead to real problems eventually where this boomer mindset of like, oh, the great technology's coming, it's gonna save us, man. It's gonna save us, it's gonna do everything. I think people are gonna be like a little shocked at how oversold this was. Like that robot you showed me on Thursday's show. This sweet ass AI robot, man. This thing, she live-in robot. It's some fat guy with the fucking Xbox controlling this fucking thing.
That's what it is.
You're walking around in your underwear,
Yeah.
and here's this fucking machine. It's like, it's just some guy. Like, and
for $500 a month, you can hire an actual human to come into your house and do stuff for you. I mean, seriously.
It's so ridiculous. It's like, oh man. But
yeah.
Well, hey guys, I'm gonna
Okay.
let you both go. There's only so much tech talk my brain can handle. So,
All right,
I appreciate both of you. Ulix, thanks so much, man.
Yeah.
Take it easy. Take it easy, Spiro. All right. All right, Trams. 30 seconds, man. Real quick. I already had you on. There's a bunch of people waiting. So what's up, man? Can't hear you.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. You need to talk to Andrew about turn the other cheek. That concept, I've heard you talk about it. You have it wrong.
What part of it do you think I have it wrong?
It was a cultural. Listen, I really don't understand it perfectly, but it was.
I think the way I explained it's almost verbatim how Andrew explained it to me. Right? The idea that turn the other cheek doesn't mean hippy dippy Jesus, leave someone punch you in the face and not do anything. It means that we forgive in the eyes of saying we hope that you truly repent. And if they do truly repent, then they could get into heaven and God can forgive them. But it doesn't mean that means they don't suffer the consequences on this planet.
No, it was that if you turn the other cheek, then the other person has to make the decision that if they slap you with a forehand, then they treat you as an equal.
I don't understand what you're saying.
It has a cultural significance that I really don't understand, but I would really suggest you talk to Andrew about that.
Okay. I think that I think that I'm basically in line with what Andrew said. I've talked to him personally about this. So, but thank you, man. I appreciate it.
Well, and the other thing is that I would wonder what your thoughts on if Trump has talked about openly on 60 Minutes tonight about invading Nigeria.
I don't know. All right, man. We'll see. It's too late to talk. No offense, but there are like 4 other people to bring on, so that's a whole other topic. It would take me a while to get to. So, all right. I don't know about invading Nigeria. The idea that Christians are being killed indiscriminately, we should probably do something about that, if anything, though. Usually I'm not a fan of sending in any sort of invasive forces to any country because I think the United States should largely leave the rest of the world alone. Okay. Modern Man, one of the trolls that called in to talk to me. Let's give him a quick chance here. Hello, Modern Man troll. What's happening?
So, I mean, is it my permanent identity?
Yes. Let me ask you this. If you let me into your house one time and I steal from you and then I say, hey, please let me back in your house, would you let me?
Of course not.
Okay. See ya. All right. Tired old man. What's happening, man?
Hello, sir. Thank you for bringing me up.
No problem.
I have a question to ask it. Well, I'll make a short comment. That was a bizarre stream the other day with the caller in, and I will make a suggestion. I don't know if it's been talked about because I just came on here, but there have been false flags before where people have been planted in to conservative events to spew that kind of garbage in an attempt to claim that exists in the conservative movement. I'm not saying that that's what that person was, but she was awfully well spoken and calm for somebody who was just bumbling, so clearly bumbling in her arguments. Anyways, let me ask you this question about left and right worldviews, if I could, and then I'll drop down. I have noticed. Did you want to respond to what I said?
Well, no, I'll just say this real quick. It could entirely be. It's always weird, right? It's weird taking a chance. A call-in show itself is weird. Like, do I know that people are going to call in that are trolls? Yeah, I know it's going to happen. So the very nature of it opens up. And anytime you hear someone saying things that are truly like remarkable, like truly fringe, there's part of you that has to wonder, is this someone who truly believes this? Or is this someone who sees utility in suggesting this so as to besmirch sort of the people that are here watching this? And it's always a toss-up. I don't know. I really don't. So
Yeah, and I'm trying to be very careful, but you know your channel has experienced a lot of growth lately. I think you will be getting some attention, and you know a conversation like that person, and I think you handled it. I think you handled it quite well, but I think that person gave you plenty of opportunities not to handle it well, and that there could have been a moment clipped here or there had you not have been very careful that could have looked really bad.
I still think that it can. I mean, at one point I said, don't you believe that men should talk, then shut your mouth? And should you be deported because you're black? Like, if you watch that without the full context and you just see that minute clip, you think that this is an argument that I'm actually making when it's not. Like, it's clear that I'm not making that argument. I'm instead, making a claim that, like, your logic would lead one to this conclusion. And so do you have a double standard on it? So it's tough. I mean, to be fair, I should have just, especially when she blurted out, like, the Austrian painter wasn't wrong. That should have been the end of it, to be fair.
And that was the moment that I was wondering, this person, and I didn't catch all of it because I was in my vehicle, but I did hear that piece. And that was the moment that I was thinking, this is quite over the top. Is this person like, do you remember the person at the Trump rally that showed up with a shirt on that said, I love the KKK or something like that?
Yeah, something, yeah.
And then that person was once again a plant, trying to.
Well, I mean, you remember the Tiki Torch guys. Oh my goodness, who was it? That was Ralph Northam guys, right? That were against who's the Virginia governor now? Winsome Sears, lieutenant governor, running for governor, but who's Youngkin? Is that it? I don't know. Anyways, during that election, these guys showed up with their tiki torches, remember? And then it turned out they were from a Democratic think tank. And they showed up and were like, look at us. We support the Republican. We're just like those guys in Charlottesville. And it was all bullshit. But they understand that hits the right talking point that the left wants. Oh, see who these people are. And it's like, well, no, these are lefties pretending to do that. So yeah.
So here I'll tie it in. I'll tie this concept into my question. You debated a fellow who claimed to be the C19 expert. I remember watching the debate, and then I remember him with Destiny afterwards, claiming that he was humiliated. He said that he lost the debate, and he said this openly. But what he never said, and this is what I find from the left, is never once did it come out that he felt that he may have been wrong on the issue. What he was saying was that he hadn't had enough information. He didn't prepare enough. And I find this pretty consistent with the left in that the information is used to justify a position, not the other way around. And I don't know if you find that or not, but it's just like Vosh saying, I don't want to be honest, I want to win. When he said that live, or these people that will go and mount these false flag operations and say that, this is simply because our cause is so just. Yes, we're being dishonest and lying, but that's irrelevant. So this is my position that I think I see. I wonder if you see it in your debate career. And thank you, sir. I'll drop down and listen to your answer.
Thanks, Joe. Thanks. First off, to Tram, it's not. I just want to be clear. You have to understand, and then I'll answer old Joe here. I brought you back on to 4 other people that were waiting because you said it's just going to be 30 seconds. It's not that the Nigeria topic was a detour in something I'm willing to talk about. It's that from the perspective of people that have been patiently sitting here waiting, when I bring a caller up for the second time who says, trust me, just 30 seconds, implying something that was said here I wanted to address. Hey, you said this thing about the concept of forgiveness. I think you're wrong on it. Talk to Andrew Wilson. I say, okay, I'll talk to him, but I think I'm right on what his interpretation is largely. And then you're like, hey, about the Nigeria stuff. That's what I mean by it's a detour. I don't mean that it's I mean, it would, to get into that, it's going to be a 20-minute conversation, at which point, so I saw your message in the back, but it was no animosity towards you. It's just, I didn't want to be unfair to like old Joe that was just there. And then we have a couple other callers that are waiting to get in as well. That's all it was. Told Joe's point. Yeah, I do think there's a lot of, I have this position and I'm just waiting for what I could find data to shoehorn into it to justify this position. And COVID is one of the biggest of those. A lot of times when we're talking about sort of things related to the scientific or medical field, that's the case. A big one we're going to see with that's the trans issue. People are going to shoehorn data in that they think fits their argument because they've made decisions that are indefensible. Now, the tack that I always take when you see to sort of, I think illustrates the point you're trying to make is, what I always say is this, right? I will ask this question. Did you support lockdowns? Did you support vaccine mandates? Yes. Okay. Why? What was the evidence you were looking at the time? Not now, not a post hoc justification. Presumably, there was a point in time when you said, yes, lock people down. Don't let them go to work. Okay, what was it at that moment that you were looking at that made you reach that decision? That's what I'm interested in. Not 3 years later, what are you looking at that says, oh, you know what? This study came out that said that was the right thing to do. Because anyone could shoehorn some sort of argument post hoc, right? So the question is, when you made that decision, why was it? And then sometimes you have to take the debate further. Okay, well, can we agree with this? That we think that the government, even if they have a right to do things like enforce strict measures that temporarily restrict our rights in this country, the impetus is on them to prove it's necessary before they do it. In other words, we wouldn't accept the government just willy-nilly being like, you know what? None of you are allowed to leave your houses today. Why? Shut up. That's why. We'd say that's insanity. That's insanity. Right? So you'd have to say, well, no, the government has to give some sort of justification, some sort of criteria. They need to make the case as to why they're allowed to do that. Okay? Then what was the case that they made that justified the lockdown? You were listening, you justified it. What was it? And almost none of them ever have an answer. They're just like, well, I don't remember. And that, to me, is what I find egregious. Now, all of us come to conclusions that maybe we're not the most informed on. That's no problem. But when that conclusion results in you saying, and therefore, we tell people that they can't go to their place of work. They can't go to visit their parents in a nursing home. They can't have a wedding for their children. They can't have a funeral for their grandparents that died. They can't go to church. You better damn well be sure and have a reason to justify that sort of claim. Just being like, I don't know, I didn't really know, I just thought that. That's fucking insane. And so I think you're right, old Joe. Like, I talked to that person, he was the expert on COVID. He knew very little. And yet he had all these. Now, I said this all the time. Let's say I'm wrong. Well, I never wanted the government to force you to do shit under COVID. There's multiple levels of being wrong. First off, I never told anyone any medical decisions that they should make or advice under COVID. What did I say? I'm a big fat fuck. If you're listening to me for medical advice, you're making a huge mistake. What you should do is get a doctor that you trust, talk about your unique situation, and make the best decision that you can come up with your medical professional that you trust. Maybe that decision's, I'm going to take this vaccine. Maybe it's not that. None of my business. You do what's best for you. That's what I said. But let's assume I didn't. Let's assume I said, and there were certainly people that said this, don't take the vaccine. Or, absolutely, you must take the vaccine. You should take it. Well, what if those people are wrong? Well, it's not a good thing. Anytime someone's giving you any sort of medical advice and it turns out to be wrong, that's shitty. You know, it'd be no different if I say, here's what you do. Completely cut out all meat from your diet. Just eat starches. And then someone's like, that's terrible advice. If people follow that advice, they're going to get very sick and ill. I shouldn't run my mouth if I don't know. But that's one thing. It'd be another thing if I said, hey, cut meat and vegetables out of your diet and only eat starch. And the government should force that upon you. Now that's a different level of being wrong. And that's what people were doing under the pandemic. It wasn't just that they were giving their opinion, which is one thing. And again, I was careful not to do that because I knew enough to know I didn't know. But it's another thing completely to say, I want the government to enforce things upon people based on my opinion. What happens is post hoc, they'll justify. They'll shoehorn in their opinion. Oh, actually, this study out of New Zealand said that that actually the school lockdowns were a good thing. So there you go. Okay, that's debatable. There's many studies that say the opposite. But even still, it's irrelevant. That study didn't exist when you made this decision. So what was the study you were looking at when you made your decision? Or was it just a feeling? I feel like COVID's bad and I'm really scared. So lock those kids down. Don't let them go to school. And when you show them, like, actually, that wasn't great. Like, the one debate I did, right? Where it was that Hans of Akura, he's making these bold claims. At the time, we're still debating, I think, in 2020 or 2021. And we're talking about states with that, I think it was 2021. States and their policies and how many people died in these states. And then we're trying to see if the policies contributed to the deaths in the states. And he cites data that he absolutely reads incorrectly and says, it's red states that had the most deaths. And at this time, that wasn't true. It was the blue states. But he comes to a conclusion that the blue states are doing better than the red states, and their policies are what to be preferred based on this data, which he's misreading. So once the data comes back and it's like, actually, well, you can see that you read the data wrong. Yeah. And it turns out the very blue states you're pointing to that you said because they had lower deaths, we should adopt their policies. They actually had more deaths. Yeah. Okay, then. Are you going to change your mind? No. I'll just find another talking point. So, all right. Jose, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, man? How you doing? Doing all right?
Yeah, I'm doing good.
Hey, cool, man. So I've been in and out of your live. I came in when you guys were talking about the whole robots and AI type deal. But I kind of already picked up your point of view on it. I guess kind of,
Okay.
Yeah. So what topic can me and you pick up?
Whatever you want to talk about, man.
All right. All right. Well, then screw it. I'm gonna go on, and since it caught my attention, the AI.
Okay.
So, like from my perspective, man, my point of view, like me, I do concrete work. So I'm always outside, and you get what I'm saying. I do constructions type deal,
Mhm.
and me when I go to lunch and stuff like that, I notice that now you have all this electronic stuff doing everything that a human would do. So what I'm picking up now is that all this artificial intelligence is if I don't see it from a human perspective, and so then I see it that it's, I mean, if I see it from a human perspective, then I see it as evil, you know, because it's taking away every human experience away from humans. You know what I mean? Like it is slowly, like, everything now is done with like a finger, you know? Like we all we do is touch now. If we want something, we just touch, and we don't even, like, for instance, when we get hungry, we don't even want to go to the drive-through anymore. You know, we rather just pick our phone and let the food come and we eat. You get what I'm saying? Kind of like farm animals. You get what I'm saying? That's all we want. That's what we're becoming. Like, we are farming ourselves at our home, and so this AI is taking away our human interaction with the creation of the world. You get what? Of life. So I don't think AI is good, you know? And then I believe that once we put all of our thoughts and everything into AI, eventually you don't need humans anymore. So they're thinking for us, you know? But of course there's a organ ring in this world, you know, unfortunately that's part of our life. So of course you would still need humans, you know? So technically you won't get rid of us, but we won't no longer act human, you know? Does that make
I
any
don't
sense
think
to you?
I don't think it's to the level that you're suggesting. I do think that there's
Maybe.
a problem. It's not just AI, but there's a problem with lack of human interactivity that we could speak to now. But I don't think that like you're in construction and AI is markedly taking out the human touch in construction. That's what you're
No, no,
saying?
no, no. I'm saying, like, me, I do construction, right? So I'm always outside working with my hands and stuff, you know? And then I go to let's say, like, for instance, I went to McDonald's the other day, you know, because I was actually contemplating on this. And then so now all it is like, back in the day, you would talk to the people, you know, and they would put in your all this, like, your order and everything. But now what I did, I went to like this screen, no human involved, you know, no other human experience, human experiencing what I'm experiencing at the same time, you know. So I touch this machine, and the machine gives me a receipt. Or, I mean, I pay it and it gives me a receipt. And then so then I stood there and I looked at them making my burger. And the way they did it, they had this, like this machine, and they just press the meat and it cooks, you know. So you already that's already two different types of human experiences that technology has taken away, you know, which is the interaction between the humans, and then the actual human expressing um the action, you know what I mean? And I believe that is why artificial AI is not good for the human race, you know?
Well, I think that that's a problem that exists and is without AI. Like, for example, we could just see with like people communicating online has led to people with less of incentive to meet up in the real world. Yeah, it's certainly true that as things become more computerized, that oftentimes it starts with like menial jobs that it's replaced, and we lose human to human interaction with that. And I do think that there are downsides to losing those sorts of interactions. So,
Yeah, I see it.
but all right, man. Anything else?
But yeah, that's my whole point on AI. See, I don't know what all topics you speak on, you know?
Well,
Like, for
just
instance, shoot me a question, like that. I kind of see what kind of criteria you're on, you know?
well, I mean, well, how about this instead? You can just
Yeah.
listen to the show here, and then maybe next time I do a call and show, you can call in if I say something that you think you have something to add to. How's that?
All right, yeah, man. That sounds pretty cool.
All right.
I'll keep checking it out.
All right. Hey, thanks so much, Jose. Appreciate it.
Oh, because
Take it easy. All righty. 1 second here. Oh. No, even all right. I don't disagree with them. There is a problem with sort of the lack of human interaction. But that's something that's not unique to AI, and that's something that's actually been increasing even beyond that. Uh, but it definitely is. I mean, he has a point that it certainly is something that we see that, actual honest to goodness human interaction is very important. And we lose sight of that when we just become so technological. All right, some super chats. Bale Factor, $5 says, crap, I'm a bit embarrassed with my exit. My bad for holding up the line. Thanks, Rob. Oh, no problem, Bale Factor. Always a pleasure. Hailstorm, $5 says, AI will directly tell you it's advanced search engine that uses 100 times the power per search. That's it. We're 20 years from a true AI, probably. F it button, $2 says, wrecked. Yeah, with modern man there that called in. What do you call, like, I don't understand, you call in, you troll me, and then you call in every day like, oh, are you still gonna bring up the fact that I'm a troll? Yes. And when I say, if I was a thief and stole from you, would you let me back in your house? No, I wouldn't. Great advice. See ya. F it button, $2 says, you don't trust the science? I do not. And F it button for $5 says, I am the science. Trust the science. I'm the government. I'm here to help. You make pizza a vegetable. Thanks, Obama. Hellstorm, $5 says, I'm a new viewer, as you're aware. Have you ever noticed you make the noise when you're thinking hard while watching your stream? No. I do make a lot of noises, though. So that's probably totally true. Now I'll look into it. All right. Next up, we got John. Hello, John.
Hey, Rob. Happy to be here.
Thanks. Good to have you. What's happening?
If you're willing to take a moment, I wanted to chime in about a previous guest who was asking you about the Bible verse about turning the other cheek.
Mm-hmm.
I do, in fact, actually know what he's referring to. I'm not sure about what your thoughts and Andrew's thoughts are on the matter, but if you'd like, I'd like to share my input.
Sure, by all means.
So, at least in my catechism training, one theme about the gospel is that Jesus, in his mission to renew the covenant and share the good word, was to be nonviolent about it. And whatever he would morally object to, he does it in a manner that is not necessarily passive, but it's nonviolent. The only notable exception maybe is his story of turning over tables in the what was made a market in what was otherwise supposed to be sacred temple. But for turning another cheek, though, what's the deal with that parable? It was customary to only use your right hand when shaking and interacting with people. You do not use your left at all because of the unsanitary nature of what people would use their left hand for back then. So if someone were to strike you, they're going to strike you with their right hand. But if you turn the cheek, you force the person to basically do one of two things. In order to strike their face, you resort to using your left hand, or you're doing a forehand strike, both of which would be escalating the manner in which you're demeaning someone and basically forcing them to either really commit to mistreating.
If you don't mind me cutting, I could be wrong about this. I thought the way I heard this was it would be more of treating you as an equal, right? Like, so the way they smacked you was as an inferior with that particular hand. And if you turn the other cheek, now hit me as an equal. I could be wrong, but I thought that was the implication. Nonetheless, it doesn't matter. It's either now hit me as an inferior or hit me as an equal. I don't know, but I thought that was the implication.
No, I think you're on the money. That's what I was alluding to. It's like force the person to either see the error in their ways by forcing them to use an action that would treat you as less human. You get what I mean?
I do. But I don't. I fundamentally I sort of reject your initial premise, right? Like, for example, did Jesus say, "Oh, and don't allow the legal authorities of the day to imprison people because we must be nonviolent and imprisonment's an act of violence"? Did he say that?
No. So
then, when I'm talking about like the difference between like forgiveness, law enforcement has locked someone up, or there is a murder that's been committed. Should we forgive, i.e., that means law enforcement should never enforce law? No, I don't think so. I think the concept of forgiveness is, if the person is seeking forgiveness, that we seek to say that we will not hold anger in our heart, and if they truly repent and become Christian and accept Christ, they could make it into the kingdom of heaven. But that doesn't mean that we say, and therefore we no longer hold them accountable through our justice system in this world. I do not believe that that's a biblical understanding. I'm fully acknowledging that I'm not someone who's schooled enough to say this, but that is my understanding.
Right. So, well, for one, you're on point, because render unto Caesar what is Caesar's, and render unto God what is God's. There was an acknowledgement, to be law-abiding and respect the law, and also face the consequences of breaking the law. So I guess in that respect, I'm not sure where I'm wrong about the nonviolent bit. I'm
just saying, like, the context of what you're coming in is, I'm like, someone says, I've committed murder, and I can't believe these right-wingers are like, you should be held accountable to the judicial system for that. That's nonsensical. How could a right-winger, God forgives me, and how could you not forgive me? To my response, that was like, it's an interesting thought experiment. I think that I understand why a Christian would say, no, the idea that just because God forgave you means that you shouldn't be held accountable in the legal system is not what the idea of forgiveness means. That's not the way I interpret it. So I guess I assumed when you called in, you said, well, Jesus is nonviolent. It was sort of saying, you're not disagreeing with me. You're saying, yes, I agree with you, and I'm just adding in that Jesus is nonviolent.
Right. That's
and then I'm not so sure about that either, to be quite honest. Would it be against Christianity if someone breaks in my house to defend my family?
Yeah, well, I don't recall if he ever had a situation where he invoked the self-defense doctrine, but that is part of the Old Testament, so it would still be valid. I just recall one story where someone was trying to raise swords, and Jesus de-escalated it. No, do not act out in violence. So
when Peter slices someone's face, that's coming for Jesus.
Yeah.
But again, that's a bit different, right? That's talking about lawful legal authority of the day, regardless if you agree with it or not. And it's also talking about coming after Jesus. The idea of if some non-law source is coming after me, do I have the right to protect myself? Or would the implication, well, no, Jesus said nonviolence? I don't know. I think that there is not I do not believe it is against a Christian ethic to defend myself from violence using violence, even if Jesus may, as the Son of God, made that decision.
Yeah,
maybe his calling's higher than mine. I don't know.
Because there's that phrase, blessed are the meek. It's a bad English translation. It's more akin to blessed is he who has a sword, bears a sword, but keeps it sheathed. So for sake of self-defense, violence is appropriate, but at least when it comes to Jesus, as far as I understand, with all the stories, he would try to mitigate that.
I'm admitting to, like, I think that what happens is, I'm not saying you're doing this, but a lot of people say, yes, and that means allow the barbarian hordes in. Who are you to enforce a border? My goodness, Jesus was nonviolent. He was nonviolent, right? And so, no, you shouldn't aggressively be kicking people out that didn't respond, that are illegals. No one's illegal. Jesus loved everyone. He was nonviolent. You see the problem? We're basically being told by people that don't believe in Christ whatsoever, the divinity of him, that means we have to be nonviolent, that means that we have to be passive, that means that we can't be political, that means that we can't have secure borders, etc., etc. And this is why, like, I want to listen to people that I think have a different interpretation of this and hear what they say, because I've heard this my whole life. Jesus is just the hippie that says, hey, man, cool, peace and love. And I don't know that that's the case.
Yeah, and I think that's a misunderstanding of his teachings, I think.
Yeah. So I'm just saying, so like when you come in, you're like, well, no, Jesus was all about peace. And it's like, well, in reference to what I was specifically talking about, I'm just like, oh, I don't know that applies here. I think that the legal system would still apply. I am, yeah, you know, I don't know. I guess I just don't know. I don't think you've said anything that necessarily I disagree with. I just don't know that it's the whole picture, and what you've said can be taken by people that will be nefarious to run with the hippie Jesus, be peaceful against everything, no matter what, narrative. That's all I'm saying.
That's fair. So if I'll try to
you see,
clarify.
Here's a lefty in the chat. Jesus was so nonviolent. If he got crucified and didn't seek vengeance, that's it. That's what the lefties here will say. Yes, listen to this guy. Absolutely. Let us shoot Charlie Kirk in the throat and do nothing. Come on. Jesus would have did nothing. He allowed himself to be crucified. That's it. That's what your mentality. And that's why, you know, I personally don't talk about this stuff a lot because I understand, not knowing enough, that if I'm putting out the impression that I am knowing, that could be dangerous. Because the people that really don't believe in Christ at all and want to subvert Christianity and want to destroy the United States and destroy your way of life will take any misstatement you make and run with it. And they're going to run with it to the point where they're going to make you say that your own standard should be that you allow yourself to be wiped out. And so be very careful when you call into shows and say, oh, Jesus the pacifist, nonviolence. I'm just saying that because people are going to run with it. You can see it's accurate. See, if you read the Bible, there you go. There you go. That's what the lefties think. That's what the lefties think. There you go. That's what they think. That's what actually, we should be allowed to mock Charlie Kirk's death and fucking, who cares? He had it coming anyways. By the way, if you don't like that, Jesus got crucified. You yourself said it. He was nonviolent. You've said it. So just to let you know, that's where they're coming from.
Yes, well, thank you for pointing that out. It might be a little faux pas in respect to public speaking, but I guess I'll finish the point with one poignant thing. Like, whenever a sinner got confronted by Jesus, a couple things would happen. One is Jesus would confront them about it and expect them to sort of acknowledge their sin or be honest with him, and then he would heal, or he would create a miracle, and then he would forgive them, and then he would say, sin no more. So the act of reconciliation, the sacrament, involves you having to acknowledge that you've done wrong to yourself and to God and your fellow man, and take works to make amends for it and never do it again, and sin no more. So there is a demand of accountability. You don't just say, "Oh, I love and believe Jesus," and all's forgiven. No.
That's true. I don't disagree, and I think it's a good point to make. But I choose not to be forgiven and want to take you out. What are you going to do about it?
Defend myself, like any.
But Jesus was a pacifist. He was nonviolent.
Okay, well, fair enough. I think that maybe is where the pitfall of my reasoning is at this point. But his goal was not to escalate the violence. He was prepared to lay his life down, and crucifixion was the ultimate consequence of his commitment to that. So he'd rather sacrifice himself for us rather than use violent means to. Should we try to emulate the life of Christ? Yeah. So in this respect, then I think violence should only be a means of last resort. But Jesus didn't as a last resort. As you heard that lefty say, he allowed himself to be crucified. So if he could allow himself to be crucified when the home invader comes for you, shouldn't you allow yourself to potentially be the victim? No. Why not? If we're supposed to be Christ-like, and that's what Christ would have done. You see the problem? Yeah, this is why it's tough to talk about this stuff. That's why I want to hear a church elder talk about it. And I'm not so gung-ho to talk about it like on stream, because what happens is this is the exact type of stuff that the left runs with, and they're constantly pushing this message.
constantly. And even you, as someone who's like, well, actually, I've done some research into this, and I'd like to call in and talk about it. I don't think you're a bad person at all. Do you see quickly how you've dug yourself into a hole? Now every lefty's watching is like, see? That's what Christianity's about. That's what it's about. We should be allowed to come into your home and take your shit. You should do nothing. Never. Don't mobilize as a political force. Don't mobilize to even defend yourself and your family. What would Jesus do? He would allow himself to be crucified. And shouldn't you attempt to be like Christ? And then where are you at?
Yeah, and many of his saints that were his disciples kind of followed in a similar fate as he did. But I just want to try to draw a distinction in this respect. It's like, in order to make, I guess in his mind, in order to renew the covenant and make a revolutionary change, doing it using violence to achieve those ends would not be justified, and therefore he avoided attacking. Defending yourself against an attacker is a whole other story, and I think that's justified, even with amongst Judaism and modern Christianity. Self-defense doctrine is appropriate.
Okay, I appreciate the call. I don't know. Again, I can only say I don't know so many times. So
that's okay. That's just my 2 cents. So thank you.
Fair enough. Be careful though. That's all I'll say when you say things like that, because you're giving ammunition to the very people that would want to take Christ out of our lives. That's all I'm saying. So,
well, thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, I got to go to the restroom, and then I'll be right back. I'll give you guys the chair for a minute. Then we're going to bring on Sniper real quick. He says he has a real quick point. Then we'll continue with the calls. I'll be right back. All right, read some super chats here. Chair, you're doing a poor job, my friend, of bringing in the donos. Jess White, nice to hear from you. $5, thank you. Appreciate it. Hellstorm, $20, thank you. Says, read capitals closely. My kingdom is not of this world. If it were, my servants would fight to prevent my arrest by the J-word leaders. But now my kingdom is from another place. Worldly justice is not forbidden. In other words, if it was my kingdom of this world, then you would be justified in fighting to prevent his arrest. However, the counter argument to this Hellstorm is going to be like, then if we're emulating Jesus, then our kingdom as Christians is not of this world as well. So therefore, violence wouldn't be justified. Because I've heard people use that exact verse. But I agree with you. Candy, $2. Just puts up a chair. Thank you. Hellstorm, $10. Says, please read Romans 13, 1-5 and give your thoughts. Not hitting a character limit. St. Paul absolutely addressed this. I swear in life it's within TOS. All right. Let's bring it up. I want to make it absolutely clear. I'm not comfortable talking about religion because I know I'm not well researched and I come across as a bumbling fool and I do not want to lead people astray. The context of the conversation I was having, or that I was talking about as a potential topic, is what do we do from a both legal and moral perspective if someone says, I have committed a murder, but I repent, when it comes to the specific thing of abortion? But that's fine. I brought it up, so All right, Romans 13, 1 through 5, King James Version. Let every soul be subject unto the higher powers, for there is no power but of God, the powers that are ordained of God. Whosoever therefore resisteth the power resisteth the ordinance of God, and they that resist shall receive to themselves damnation. For rulers are not a terror to good works, but to the evil. Wilt thou then be afraid of the power? Do that which is good, and thou shalt have praise of the same, for he is the minister of God for thee good. But if thou do that which is evil, be afraid, for he beareth not the sword in vain, for he is the minister of God, a revenger to execute wrath upon him that doeth evil. Wherefore ye must needs be subject, not only for wrath, but also for conscience sake. So he's talking about, let's see, the powers that be, in other words, the worldly powers ordained by God. Whoever resists that power resists God. And if they resist that, they mark themselves for damnation. Rulers aren't to be a terror to good works, but to evil. So the rulers are ordained through God, and they're to be terrorful to evil. So there you should be afraid of the power. Be good. And have praise for good. And for the leaders, for they're the minister of God for good. But if you are evil, be afraid of them, because he beareth not the sword in vain. He is the minister of God. He will to execute the wrath on those that do evil. So that seems to absolutely say that we can carry out law. It's the way I'm reading it. Average redhead, $2. Thank you so much. Lavin, unbelievable. $50. You're wrong, Chair. It's a good thing that Dodgers won. Here we go. Why? Because it might eventually lead to a lockout? Hellstorm, thank you so much, Lavin. $50, incredibly generous. Hellstorm, $10 says, a mind that thinks a constant and eternal God would create a law that is not constant has not properly examined God and the law he created or how he fulfilled it. Has no sense to judge that law. Thank you so much. And Jason Igor, $10. Here's a tip for the chair. Thank you. I have a cold, but we'll still give a go. Thank you so much. All right, we have a lot of callers. We're going to bring Sniper in real quick because he said he just has a quick point. What's happening, Sniper? It's good to hear from you, man.
Hey, how are you, Rob? Can you hear me right now?
Yep, hear you good. Thanks so much
Sorry,
for
I'm on
calling
my
in,
phone. I came downstairs. I was going to ask you, is it true that you're going to possibly have a debate at DebateCon?
That has not been told to me. I told them that I would be open to it. As far as I know, all of the debates at DebateCon are religious debates, and I told them that I hesitate to do that. I could talk about the politics of religion, but I hesitate
I
to talk
remember you
about...
mentioned that.
Yeah, so, I mean...
James brought up the fact that he said that something about EBT, going on about EBT, having a debate on that.
So
that would be quite interesting.
He did ask me if I was willing this past Friday to do a debate with First Amender on EBT, which I said it would have been, except I was out of town. And then he said maybe here coming up before DebateCon, if it's still in the news, we could do a debate on that. And I said, sure. But he didn't mention it at DebateCon. Now, I would be more than happy to do that debate at DebateCon. That's no issue whatsoever.
Yeah,
but,
that would be an amazing thing to watch. I love watching a debate. I learn a lot.
Thank you. Yeah, I would absolutely love to debate anyone on EBT and sort of, the ins and outs of it. And obviously the specific topic would warrant exactly what we talked about. But yeah, I would love it. So I haven't talked to James other than just, I did say, yeah, keep me in mind if that's a topic that you would like covered. Thanks for thinking of me. I'd be happy to do it. It would be nice to have a debate at DebateCon, but I understand the way that they structured it. They wanted more religious debates for the one day of DebateCon. Now, Grid Motorsports is doing the day before he's doing an event, and I'll be at that, and we're lining up potential political debates for me and a bunch of other people there for that. Though there's nothing that I've been lined up for yet, so maybe we'll just do some impromptu debates there with some people. But either way, yeah, I'm glad you asked about it because it is something that I wanted to mention. But it'll be fun either way, even if I don't have any debates. So.
Hey, Roger that, and just quick shout out to EOD and Spiro. And Spiro, read your freaking Discord messages, man. I'm hooking you up.
Oh!
Take it. It's for freaking DebateCon. Take it. All right. Hey, thank you, sir. I appreciate
Sniper,
it.
always a pleasure, man. Thank you for your support and thanks for calling in, man.
Roger that.
We'll
See
talk
ya.
soon. Yep. Yeah, I think he will be at DebateCon as well. So our friend Nate, $10 says, busy calling room. Need more likes on the stream, ninjas. Thanks, Nate. Appreciate it, man. All right. We're going to try to go reasonably fast. We don't have to be super fast, but next we got iStan America. What's happening, Stan? How you doing today?
I'm good. How are you?
Can't complain at all.
So I wanted to bring up, you were talking about Nick Fuentes earlier, and his I guess his kind of anti-Jewish ideology. I've seen, like, I have a clip of him saying something about a holy war against the Jews, and wanted to make them die in the holy war. Do you mind if I send that and you could look at it, or?
It'd be questionable TOS.
Yeah,
you could send it
yeah.
though on my Discord, no problem.
Yeah. Okay. You want me to do that real quick?
Sure, go for it.
Yeah.
I'm probably not going to watch it tonight, just to let you know, because it's
Okay.
probably not something we can watch on stream. I'm aware he said all kinds of fucked up shit, right? That I'm aware of in a space like he said how much I was reading a clip today. He said, for example, that his hatred of rural people and hatred of how uncivilized you would be if you'd ever consider eating a meal at a gas station. And so if you
Yeah.
talk about a place like Sheetz or Bucky's, how disgusting it is and how you're beneath him and this, that, and the other. So I don't know specifically. I think he has a lot of self-contradiction. I don't know how much of what he's saying is hyperbolic. I don't know. I really don't.
Yeah. Did that go through? I think it's sent.
Yeah, I think he DM'd.
Just wanted to make sure.
1 second.
Okay.
Accept. Yeah, okay, it went through. I'll check it out at some point. So
Yeah. Okay. And then I just wanted to ask you a quick question.
Sure.
I think related to that, the more I've noticed this to some degree. I think there's a growing sentiment among like far right and far left people, the hatred of Israelis and Jewish people, like as a whole, since the Palestine and Israel conflict first started, and I think beyond that. And I was wondering if you've noticed the same pattern. Like, I think there's people on both sides of the extremes that are starting to rail against not only Israel but Jewish people as a whole. Like, for example, you had the just this year you had the 2 Israeli staffers that were killed, and then you also had the I think back in June there was a guy with a Molotov cocktail. He was a Palestine supporter. Also had the LGBTQ plus flag behind him. He threw it into a pro-Israel rally, and I think
more Christians are attacked in the United States and around the world than Jewish people. One of the things that happens with Jewish people is when you've had so much power for so long and played the victim card to the point where the ADL is calling everyone who says things like, hey, AIPAC cares a lot about money, they scream, that's anti-Semitism, then yes, you're going to create people that are righteously pissed off at your movement. And that's exactly what's happened. And so what happened is you now have a conflagration of people on the left and the right that see cultural momentum where people that formerly were of the ADL, etc., that were able to thoroughly control at least one side of the narrative or the other are now having cracks in that fissure that they're attacking now. Some of it goes way too far. Other of it's legitimate. We have people that are passing hate speech laws against things like boycott, divest movements from Israel, which is absolutely asinine. You should be allowed to criticize Israel all you want in this country. We even see the Trump administration, I think, unduly putting focus on deporting people that are here on student visas for criticizing Israel. So yes, while it is true that certainly the anger at Israel has upticked, based on this conflict and whether or not they've gone too far, which they probably have gone too far in an objective standard. And there's certainly bad actors that are taking advantage of that. You can understand the reason. When you say you could never criticize us no matter what, super duper, we're serious, because that means you're a super duper racist, and then your country does something that many people find objectionable, and they say, hey, yeah, it's going to look like an uptick in anti-Semitism. So.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's all I had. And I'm, just to be clear, I'm not saying that any, criticism.
Oh yeah, I know. Totally get it. Now, I do think there are certain, there are people that are just straight up, like that person that called on my show yesterday, straight up racist.
Oh yeah, she was crazy for
sure. So, and there are people that definitely go too far on the left and the right with this, absolutely. But then there's also a lot of stuff that's called anti-Semitism and has been for years that it's just bullshit. And we can see, now I know there's Jewish people that say, listen, no, screw the ADL. We hate the ADL, the Anti-Defamation League. But they've been out there speaking anti-Semite, anti-Semite, anti-Semite. And then they've been letting it go when it goes on the left. Well, now they see the fruits of that bore. The real institutional anti-Semitism's on the left. That's where it is in organizations like academia. Ain't right-wing professors, ain't Groypers in the halls of academia that's doing that shit. That's lefties. So yeah, I mean, from the perspective of someone that is Jewish or whatever, it's got to seem like, what the fuck is going on? I get it. Meanwhile, we have hundreds of thousands of Christians being killed in Nigeria, Christians being crucified in Syria. I can't get my own president to say shit all about the fact that so many people in this country want me dead. And instead we're focused on when people say critical things of Israel. So what happens is when you have a movement that seeks to stymie criticism, and I know my friend, I have at least one friend that calls on, would say, bullshit, this didn't happen. Well, I'm telling you, that's how people feel. People feel you can't even broach this shit without a scream. Silence them, shut them up. So that's sort of what I'm talking about. So, but hey, thanks so much, iStan America. I appreciate it though, man. I appreciate the call.
Yep, thanks for having me on. Always a pleasure.
Yep, you got it. Are you drunk, Shrimps? You know what? Now I will let you come back on. Why don't you call back in? This will take too long. Sorry I brought up Nigeria. Why don't you call back in? How about that, Trams? Real quick, we'll get to Urban Landlord, $20 says, can you bring me up before I have to go? Sure. Real quick, what's up, my friend?
Hey, what's up, man? How's it going?
Good.
I'm a landlord here in Washington, D.C. Over the years, I've become somewhat apolitical. I used to be a little bit, I guess you could say I was right-leaning.
Okay.
But now I've started to see, over the years that, it's kind of, you ever heard of, what was it, two wings of the same bird type thing?
Sure.
And that's kind of what I see here in DC after being here so long. I've covered so much of it. There's so much money involved in it. Again, I've lived here a long time.
Well, DC, I think, is a little unique in that, so much of the economy is based on government, right? Either people that directly work for the government or through programs. So it's got to be a weird feeling to be there, because I think you probably get a unique feel of politics that most of us don't get, because it's sort of unavoidable to you. So much money goes through it in that city.
Yeah, and I'll give you an example of what I mean to kind of show you what you guys, and when I say you guys, I mean the guys on the right, back during maybe the Trump, what was it, January 11th? What was it, January 6th, right? January 6th.
Okay, yeah.
There were emails being sent around, close your Airbnb bookings down. I didn't do it. They eventually got all of them closed down. This is the power that these people have. And I don't think it was just Democrat-led. All the Airbnbs in Washington, D.C. were shut down for January 6th. And again, I don't think it was just Democrat-led. It was probably Democrat-supported for sure.
Well, I think that, so it depends, I see what you're getting at. I would largely say that our politics for the past 30 years, the Republican and Democratic parties were basically the same thing. That they disagree on surface level stuff, but when it comes to the most important stuff, they're basically in agreement. So the party of, for example, I I'm 41 years old. So I was in university. I graduated high school in 2002. Then I went to university. I was around for the election of Barack Obama. I was doing debate stuff, and debate was the left of the left in college. Everybody hated George W. Bush. I didn't like Bush, even though I'm a right winger. I didn't like him. Right, the left hated him, and debate overwhelmingly hated him. And here was this dude Obama. He was going to be different. This guy's different. And it wasn't just that he was black. He was younger. He was sort of resonated more with like younger people, and he was going to like tell these old established powers, like, listen, no, things are different now. So the two things that we had was sort of the foreign policy. Bush lied, people died, the Iraq war, the Afghanistan war. That was the one thing they hated about Bush. And the other thing was in 2008, you had the financial crisis, right? And the financial crisis was a disaster. And so, you had all these firms, Goldman Sachs and all them that, without getting into too much details, the American people's feeling, right and left, was screw these rich people. They're screwing us over. Right? They're destroying our economy. They're getting rich hand over fist. And then when they get caught with their hand in the cookie jar, we're told, oh, they're too big to fail. We, the American people, have to bail them out. People didn't like it. And so when Obama came in, he's going to change those two things. And he did nothing of the sort. One of the first things he did was give this speech to these bankers. I'm the last thing that stands between you and the pitchforks. His foreign policy is almost indistinguishable from George W. Bush. And that there were supposed to be no two more diametrically opposed people than W. Bush, and it was so weird. You had all these people, punk against Bush. You had, all these celebrities that were out there that were against the Iraq war. It was like this generation's Vietnam. We're all against it. And then once Obama gets in and basically continue, and it's nary a sound. Oh, never mind, our guy's doing it. So from that perspective, I get it. I think there are people that are potentially outside of that. I think Trump is someone that was seen as someone who was outside that established orthodoxy. I think someone like Bernie Sanders and some of these like Mamdani type characters, I think are seen outside that. Now, whether they are or not is to be debated, but that's sort of what I see. So yes, is it possible that they didn't want people coming in to peacefully protest January 6th, so they are encouraging hotels or Airbnbs to shut down? And is it possible that Republicans were on board with that as well as Democrats? Sure, but none of the Trump ones. None of the Trump ones would have been on board with that because they wanted the people to come protest.
Well,
but sure, the Mitch McConnells might have,
Let me give you another example. I mean, I've run into a lot of people who've worked on Capitol Hill, as an example. And I have a very good friend who rose up the ranks. He worked for a governor who became a senator from a southern state, Democrat. You can deduce who this is.
Okay.
And so what he talked about was like when a new Congress member comes in, senator or rep, there's certain groups you've been talking about, APAC, if you want to name them, brings around people to say, hey, this is who you should hire to fill up your staff with. These people don't know how to fill their staff. So there are groups that come around and tell them how to fill their staff. This doesn't get reported, probably doesn't get talked about much, but this is the way the sausage is made. Very influential groups see their people within Congress members and senators all throughout on either sides of the aisle. So when you have an issue with, say, the J people, it runs so deep you just can't even imagine.
Well, I don't think it's just them, but certainly you're right. I mean, listen, and for anyone who questions this, go watch Trump's Joe Rogan appearance before the 2024 election. Right? Trump talked about, they were like, what's one of the things you found shocking when you first got elected, your first term? And he talks about, he's like, I didn't realize how many people you need as staffers. He's like, I had no clue. It's like thousands. And Trump's the type of dude that normally would be like, in his business sense, he wants to know those people that he's making his deputies or whatever. But here it's like, yeah, man, like you got to fill these positions. Where are you getting people? And here's the unique negative position Trump was in. If you run on like the swamp, all these people are corrupt, they're swamp. Where are you going to fill out people then to fill all these thousands of positions? Right. And so what happens is you end up listening to the groups, right? You put some key people in key positions and hope they do well, but inevitably you're going to be listening to a lobbyist group. Here, this guy's good. This guy's good. Put him there, put him here. And my contention, when I talk about my channel a lot, is I think the real power in our country politically, it's not with the president, it's not with Congress, and heck, it's not even with the judges. It's with the unelected bureaucrats in the executive branch.
Yes,
The
a lot of
average
them.
the average
Mhm.
person, like the high rankings person in the DOJ or the FBI or the CIA or the IRS or the Environmental Protection Agency or the Department of Ed, those people probably affect your life more than like the elected president or the
Yeah.
your congressman, for example.
You know, I want to tell you, I've been watching your channel for a while. I guess I started watching you with the whole Sarah Raging Tomato whole thing. But anyway, man, yeah, I heard you mention EBT earlier, and you thought you said you were thinking about doing a debate about that.
Yeah.
I have some color that if you're gonna do a debate by EBT, I have some color to add to you to give you a perspective about EBT that you wouldn't know because it's not reported in the news. Real landlord type dope.
Go for it. I'm into it. Yeah.
I see some of your audience may recognize me.
Yeah, Abe knows you. You've been on the panels. Yeah.
And I've never been on your panel before, but I am on.
I've seen you on Sarah's. Yeah.
Yeah, I have been on Sarah's. That's for sure. But you know, in terms of you debating, I have some inside. You know, I ain't gonna say inside information, but like down on the street level, like EBT Section 8 stuff. Again, I'm a landlord, so I know these things. That people focus on EBT, that's probably a problem. But the Section 8 is even worse.
Yep.
And I think that, you know, I could give you some pointers on some things that the people that you debate would never even have an idea of how it really works down on the level. Excuse me, down on the level. And, you know, yeah, I think it'd be, you know, it might be beneficial to you. You know?
Well, hey, man, if you want to give me one now, that's cool. But otherwise, I'd be happy to have you call in someday.
Cool. Yeah, I'll give you one about the Section 8. I covered this the other day on my stream, on my channel. All right, so I'm a landlord. And next door to me, I'm in the ghetto. I live in the ghetto, you know, Southeast DC, if you're familiar with Washington, DC. Right next door to me, there's a house for rent for $3,600. It's a lot of money.
Yep.
For a row house, 3 bedrooms, typically is layout 3 bedrooms, 1.5 baths. It's $3,600. Well, how does the landlord come up with the price of that? Well, the price of that is based upon the government Section 8 payment standards, right? Now, I've been a landlord a long time. The regular person that works cannot pay that. Even if he can, I'm not going to rent to him because it's not guaranteed.
Correct.
Whereas the government is guaranteed. Now, here's the thing that's interesting. In DC, with the government, you can't discriminate against Black people. So one of the things you have to do is to legally discriminate. I'm telling you, this is an inside dope because this is what I used to do back in the day. You set standards where working class Black people cannot meet them. Only the government Section 8 people can meet them. So as an example, if I said the rent is $3,600, which is within the government Section 8 parameters, then how do I filter out those working class Blacks who might try to afford it? I set the payment standards, the minimum income standards to like 3 times the rent. There's very few Black people, very few people in DC alone, any inner city, you know, the pricing standards, payment standards. And this is kind of the biggest scam of EBT. I'm sorry, Section 8.
Right.
It's much bigger than welfare, EBT, because this is $100,000 going the other way, other direction. And this doesn't get talked about. And these people, once they qualify for food stamps, and that opens up the floodgate, phones, internet, free rides to the grocery store, to the doctor, free grocery, DoorDash, GoPuff. Yeah, they do order GoPuff, that's for sure. And so these are the type of things that it doesn't get reported about. No one puts it all together. Then when you put it all together, Section 8, EBT, free healthcare, daycare, you're talking about maybe $175,000.
That's insane. Per like household. Yeah.
Yeah, per household.
Well,
And
I'll tell you this.
Mhm.
This might blow your mind, but like it's similar to where I'm at in rural Pennsylvania. So first off, God bless you for being a landlord, man. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, I would never in a million years. I've watched people I know that are landlords, and the stuff they go through is insane. And you know how many of them, it's not really, there is Section 8, that's part of it. But you want to know one of the big things here is, it's what my old line of work was. I worked with adults with autism and stuff like that. So around here, they need houses for these people like you wouldn't believe. Once the sort of the psychiatric wards closed down, you had all these people. Where are you going to put them? Well, companies like mine popped up. We'll rent a home for these people, and then we'll send staff in to stay in their home. Well, why would you want to rent to a Joe Schmo? Because here's what happens. You rent to a normal guy, right? Let's say that he doesn't pay his rent. Well, it's almost impossible to evict him. It's a huge pain in the ass. And all the while, as a landlord, you're not receiving your income. Then let's say they damage the property. Well, you're out on that too. And let's say they didn't pay the electric bill or the water bill. Guess who has to pay that before you could rent it again? You, the landlord. So you got to make
the water bill is attached to the property. You can't get away from that.
They'll put a lien on it, right? They'll put a lien on the property itself. So how do you get around it? You rent to the government. The state of Pennsylvania will pay, and you never have to worry. You could jack up the price. You never have to worry about the state defaulting. And then let's say a lot of these people I work with, the downside would be, well, they're going to damage your property, right? They might have restroom issues on the carpet, or maybe they're violent and they smash stuff. Doesn't matter. Government's taking care of all that too. They'll replace the carpet every 5 years. They'll fix any holes in the wall. If any appliance gets broke, like a toilet or something gets broke, no problem.
Well, it's not necessarily true. It's not true.
With this it was because it's a medical thing. So it's sort of like,
well, maybe, yeah.
But But so I've seen that, and I've also seen with the Section 8, and like the horror stories you'll hear from landlords, it's like, you know what? I know that the government's paying me my money every month. That's consistent. And when I rent to someone that's not Section 8, right, or someone who's not getting a payment through the government, it's up in the air. Yeah, you get the odd great tenant, and that's good, but you also get the one that's exploiting you. They're going to be the one that's like, I'm going to sit here for months and force you to go through the eviction procedure. And it's going to take 6 months before you can get my ass out of here, you know?
Yeah, you know, the interesting thing about this, and this is one of the caveats you can talk about, is that the working class people, they will buy into these neighborhoods thinking that they can live there until it flips over and gentrifies. But oftentimes they can't take it. The crime, the violence, the degenerate culture, and they have to move out before they can realize any appreciation in their properties, and then they become landlords to the same people that they're running from. It's very interesting. They become Section 8 landlords to the same people that they're running from, and they're bringing those problems back into the neighborhood for other people to deal with. That's very interesting here.
It's very crazy. Well, hey, man, thanks so much for calling in. I appreciate it. I'd be happy to talk to you anytime, but it's great to get a perspective. And I really appreciate it. And
I got to tell you about the food stamps, too. I got to tell you about the food stamp. Oh, man, it's not what you think it is. Honestly, trust me on that.
Call. I do call in show almost every weekday at noon Eastern time. So call in. I'd be happy to talk about it. But man, I bet you have some crazy just landlord stories too. I bet you got some
videos. Amazing. I'm at the Urban Landlord, man. You can check me out anytime.
Thank you, man.
The most amazing videos you find on the internet.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it. We'll talk soon.
Same here.
See you. Yeah, good call. All right. Skip the line, but he did send $20. So Trams, the point I'm making is, let me be clear, man. Like, I brought you on out of order originally, which was fine, so that you could talk. And then you came on to talk, no problem. It was everything good, right? And then I bring you back on and skip over people again because you said you had a 30-second point, which seemed to reference a point on something that you had said. Then once you were like, what do you think about Nigeria? I wasn't trying to be rude. I thought we went through this once. And then you're like super passive aggressive in the chat. You're like, oh shit, this guy brought up Nigeria. It's going to take too long. Oh, Rob can't talk about that. That's too long. Like, what are you doing here? What's with the passive aggressive shit? Like, what am I supposed to do? Anyways, not referencing it again. Candy, $5 says, Rob, I can't wait for you to get to the point of having theological debates. You're going to kill it. Thank you, Candy. I don't want to do it willy-nilly, though, because I find it to be blasphemous. And Kokomo, $10 says, Norpac. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Now, Landlord guy was awesome. Let's see if we get to 200% today, because I can't, sadly, do my call-in show tomorrow. Before I get to my next caller, I'd be remiss if I did not say, tomorrow night I have a special show. It's going to start at 9 p.m. Eastern, and that is the first semi-weekly show I will be doing with attorney Ryan Mullally, and we're going to sort of be discussing legal issues and a legal framework around our government. So we'll be talking more of like what the founding fathers intended, plus specific legal issues and cases that are going on right now. So it should be a lot of fun, and there's never a shortage of legal cases with Trump in there and an activist left-wing courts. So it should be good. I think it's going to be a really good show. So I got 3 more callers. I'm probably going to wrap it there after these 3 callers, because then I'm going to yell at people to donate money, and I owe some songs and stuff like that I got to do. But I do want to get to these callers. So, all right. WA, what's happening?
How you doing?
Doing very good. Thanks for calling in, man.
So you may want to take the other callers. This topic is pretty juicy.
Go for it. You were in line. That's all right.
So I don't know if you're aware of this, but you've been dealing with a lot of shit online right now on the panelverse, right?
I am aware of that to some extent, sure.
But do you know why?
I would assume it's the gist of it, I would say, is this: because I called out Sarah, and then her and her audience got pissed, and her friends got pissed, and so that's about it.
So essentially, I've been investigating this problem for a couple of years now, and what we're dealing with is paid government operatives that are out here acting like genuine humans, regular people, but they have an agenda, and their goal is to essentially warp the perception of reality of the masses. It's like Project Mockingbird on a whole.
Well, okay, so let me say this first off, I don't disagree that those sorts of people exist. And there's certainly, we can see a lot of money that's gone into both left-wing and right-wing influencers from governments through NGOs, etc. However, I don't know that that's the case with me specifically. For example, I don't think that's true of Sarah. I don't think that's true of the people from Dusty's channel. I don't think any of them are government employed. Do you?
Absolutely.
Who do you think in that group's a government asset?
Oh, it's a long list. And they're not only working in solo operations, it's a community effort.
So you think that Sarah Tomato and the people that I mentioned there that we're calling controlling, you think the majority of them are government assets?
I can't speak on Sarah specifically.
Okay.
But characters like Dusty, the people that like to hang around his panels, they're absolutely paid government agents. And we've got a long, repertoire of evidence to support that.
I'm open to you giving us some of the evidence. I will say that I'm extremely skeptical.
I can't provide that.
Well, you can't provide it?
I can't provide that to you right here, right now.
Okay, that's fair. But I'll just say I think that I just don't see it that way.
We're talking about long dossier. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot going on. You might be new to this whole panelverse. I've been out here a long time.
That could be it. I'll say this. To me, it just seems like some people that are upset and that they find a small way to make clout. That's it. I'm not giving them the time of day. That's about it.
That's what it's supposed to appear like. But you got to dig into the real motives behind it.
I just don't care. They mean nothing to me, so I guess I just don't care.
I hear you.
And if it is true, then it would be irrelevant to me anyways, because for me, it's just like, I'm just going to go do my own thing. I wish them the best. That's fine. So if you can't bring any evidence, I don't know where to go further, with this topic. I think that it sounds a bit crazy though, if I'm honest, though I do think in general that you are correct, that there are certainly people that get paid through government organizations and NGOs to sort of, one of the things our friend Corey Barton's always bringing it up, there's definitely a lot of people that were paid to shill these you should be allowed to buy sugary soda with your food stamps narrative. And there was people that were being pushed to push the H-1B narrative. I get all that, but I don't think fucking these people in the panelverse are government operatives, nor would I make that accusation to them.
So,
if you have evidence that you can't show that suggests that, more power to you believing that, but I don't know what more I could talk about on this.
it goes deeper than just paid government operatives. I'm saying that a majority of these people are actors, acting.
Like the regular people that go on the panels.
A lot of them. And there's even a spiritual aspect to this. This is what I'm trying to say.
I mean, maybe. I just don't know. I don't see the proof in it, and I don't know. I don't really want to talk about something like this and to give oxygen to something like this any more than what I see from it. I by all means, I don't mind people saying this. I don't think you're a terrible person for suggesting this. I just think, no. I just don't see it. But I'll give you the last word here real quick, but I don't really have anything to add to this.
There's a technological aspect to it, too. I mean, you as a Christian know the Bible, right? You know that
I poorly do, but sure.
Well, you know that Satan wants to sit on the throne of God, which is the heart of man.
That's
right?
true, but I don't know that he's operating through the panelverse.
Well, the body being the temple, right? And all these people taking these experimental medicines that contain self-assembling nanotechnology leads me to believe that they're operating like a hive mind, even unbeknownst to them.
Maybe.
To push the narratives, to push the agenda, leading us down the path of our own destruction.
I just don't see it with these people. I don't. WA, I appreciate the call. I really do. I just don't see it, man.
If
but
you
thank
want to look into it deeper, we could get together and we could present evidence.
I don't. I would rather move on with my life, but more power to you.
Thanks, is important.
Well, I
feel it funny. You're just brushing it off.
I am, because I think that for two things. One, it sounds crazy, right? Particularly if there's no evidence that can be provided. And secondly,
I agree. Sounds crazy.
Secondly, it's giving oxygen to something that I would sooner move on for, and people I'd move on. The mere fact that we're talking about it will only increase the reach of the very people that you're seeking to stop. So why talk about it?
Expose it.
Well, good luck to you, man. Thank you so much. All right. It's the late call-ins, man. The late call-in show. Good luck out there, sir. Get your super chats in. I can't tell if that was a troll or if that's someone who legitimately believes it. I don't know. Anyways, we're trying to get to our goal of $714 today. We need 75% more to get there. Next up, we got Absolute Lee. What's happening?
Hey, how you doing, Rob? Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you. What's happening?
Oh, good, man. I'm not an op, and I'm not a government official. But anyway,
thanks for disclosing it. Technically, you have to.
I felt I have to. So yeah, no, I noticed you've mentioned you don't like doing theological debates, and that's totally fine by me. I know that obviously other people you work with love doing it, and that's great. Personally, grew up Christian, learned a lot about the Bible, debated a lot about it as a teen. But there seems to be the authority argument, right? That kind of the far righters are going to. And I gotta say, for a long time, I wasn't a far right kind of guy. I was, both sides have their radical views. That was kind of my thought process behind it. And I don't want to be radical in my views. But there's more I look into it. You kind of have to lean pretty far to one side or the other for many reasons. But I guess when they're getting into these debates, it seems to be more about with the the secular humanists and the status quo argument. And I guess my question would be well, wouldn't the status quo be Christian values? I mean, didn't we grow up in this country with Christian values? I know they're trying to erode those Christian values now, but our generation or my generation and many before it.
Well, no, I don't. I think that the status quo is increasingly secular, right? I don't know how old you are. You say I grew up with. I'm 41.
I'm 38.
Okay, so you're around the same age as me. No, I would still think that it was a largely, we grew up in the 90s. I would say that it was largely secular then as well. It maybe was less secular than it is today, but it is trending towards secularism, is what I would say. And so, for example, when we see billions of people killed with abortion, where we see, after the free sex movement of just this sort of like, just go out and bang as many people as you can, those sorts of pursuits, I would say that is not a Christian valued pursuit.
No,
Now,
I agree, but aren't those more recent?
no, I think those have existed since the 90s, if
Well,
not
maybe
earlier.
like late 90s, perhaps.
Oh,
I do
no, I
agree,
would
it all
say,
kind of,
the whole free sex movement was Woodstock, hippies, 60s. So we're
yeah,
post there, right? For sure.
feminism kind of did
Yeah,
start it
yeah.
all. I do agree. I agree with all the
Yeah.
points. But I
Yeah,
would
so
say,
so I think that and I think there's even a claim to be made, like, it depends on what your version of Christianity is, what your specific takeaway is, or denomination. But I think there's probably a claim to be made that, like, the country hasn't really been Christian for a long time, if ever. So I don't know, but I would say that, like, if I'm looking at it through, like, through the perspective of a Christian, like a truly practicing Christian, and maybe something like Orthodox, Catholic, etc., I think that I look at the way the United States is being governed and say, no, this isn't a country being governed in a Christian way. In fact, less and less people identify as Christian. We have more and more secular policies, more and more secular culture. Certainly no. And to say, well, but we are Christian and we're moving away from it, and so therefore we call ourselves Christians still, I think it's a misnomer.
no, I'm not saying we call ourselves Christians. She's just saying we have the value sets of Christians.
No, I don't think we do. I mean,
groundwork.
who? We, me and you? Like, people?
Well, you and me, I'd say yeah, for sure. But I think a lot of the country still does. Perhaps a lot of it doesn't now. But I don't know. I just feel like we kind of were raised with Christian value sets, and like that's why we know what's right and wrong to some degree. Now, when you get into the hey, how do you prove it? They kind of can't if they don't believe in a higher power. I agree with that entirely as well.
So are you saying at home our parents trained us to be Christian?
Well, a lot of us did.
But when you say we grew up Christian, is that what you mean? You're not saying that Lyndon Johnson was Christian, or that Gerald Ford was Christian,
no,
or Ronald Reagan, or George Bush, or Bill Clinton.
No, not necessarily speaking to the politic body. But
right, you just mean as like a culture, as like the way we were raised back home.
As our culture.
I don't know. Maybe that's true. I don't know what the relevance would be, though, to anything.
I guess the relevance would be like, so the question is, how do you know what's right and wrong in a lot of these debates? How do you know what's right and wrong? Like,
well, what's it matter how you were raised if someone says, I'm a secularist? You'd say, no, you grew up Christian, though. Like,
because their argument is they know what's right and wrong because of their value set, right?
But their value set, they'll say, is secularism. They reject Christianity. You're saying they really don't because their parents instructed them morals that were actually Christian?
Yeah,
maybe. I don't know. Maybe that's the case. I don't know.
They may not even know it.
Maybe. I don't know. I guess I assume where you were going was like when someone says we need a Christian nationalist country, you would say we already have one.
Oh no.
Okay, so I thought that's where you were.
No, that's not where I was going at all.
Yeah,
I was thinking that they're a lot more Christian than they really know they are, and if they really go down the thought process of it, they are really kind of answering to.
I don't know. I'm of two minds of this. On one hand, I can see your point, right? And it's like, well, a lot of people's code of ethics, even in a secular framework, actually exist because they were outlined via a Christian framework that secularists then build upon. And so the foundational roots of even many secularist moral framings would be things that were actually foundationally based on Christianity. Maybe that's true. But then the opposite to that would be like, no, I think if someone is rejecting the divinity of Christ, that we don't give them the benefit of calling them Christian in any way, shape, or form. And so if they say, I reject Christ, I am an atheist, I am agnostic, I am secular, we don't say, yeah, but you're basically Christian. We say, no, you're fine. We take you at your word. You're not Christian. Fine. So I guess that it just depends on how you use the word Christian. If the former point, I think you're largely right that not all, but many secularists probably have a framework of morality that somewhere traces back to people that were Christians or at least developed a framework of morality from Christians. The problem is they still, without looking to, thinking that there's a higher power, they are going to be subjective in their morality. Is
Right.
how I would say it. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, from the perspective of trying to argue with someone saying, aha, you think murder is bad, but that's a Christian belief. They're just going to say, yeah, but that predates Christianity. But yes, the reason you in this country thinks that's because you're coming through a tradition of people that somehow told you murder was bad that inevitably would have had Christian roots. Maybe. They'll just say, whatever. That existed before Christianity. We don't give a shit about any of that. But
Right.
I mean, it's
Maybe it
fair
doesn't have to
point.
just pertain to murder, but like many
Sure.
other value sets, like, broken up families, and a lot of people
Well,
are
they don't really have a
divorcing
problem with that. They're fine
No,
with that.
no, and I feel like that's a huge value set that was in the Christian church or any church really for the most part. That was, you stay together for the kids and period.
Right.
And that's kind of been lost
Yeah,
among
and
us.
that's certainly no longer the case. Like we used to I'm not saying that it was never acceptable to get a divorce, but it was looked at with shame. And even if there was an excuse, people still raised eyebrows, and that was we were better then. We're better then than now, where it's like, I've had 6 husbands. Okay. Like,
right. I mean, if you say you're getting divorced, wasn't like the first question, he's abusing you?
stuff like that. Yeah.
Now it's like, oh, does he make you feel bad?
Yeah.
And
well, it's even worse than that. Now marriage is like it's irrelevant
good for
anyway.
you.
So what? I've
You're
slept with
liberated.
100 men. I've slept with 70 women.
Yeah.
Like, so I mean, marriage from a lot of people, it's like it's not even a consideration, anyways. So let alone those that are in marriages that fail. Yeah.
Yeah,
So.
I think it's a sad thing. By the way, somebody called in earlier and was saying that something about violence with Jesus, and I think it's kind of mischaracterization. By the way, I wouldn't say people on the far right are really calling for violence, and I just want to clear that up.
Oh no, I don't think he was suggesting that. I think he was.
Okay.
It
seemed like he was.
I think he was
non-violent Jesus thing.
I didn't read it that way. I thought that he was screwing up when he was saying Jesus was a pacifist, basically, and let me explain what turn the other cheek means, not realizing that the line that he was using will be used by lefties to say, therefore you must be pacifist even as we rain down blows upon you. And he's like, no, I don't believe that. And I was like, why not? And then I walk him through it, and he's like, you're right, I need to think about it more. So I don't think that his intent was to say that the right wing is violent. I don't think that's what he was intending to say.
Okay, very good. All right. Well, hey, thanks for taking my call, Rob.
Anytime, man. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Have a good one.
Yep. You too. All right. Avid Button, $5 says, Rob, stop everything. Get that man back on. You do not understand it. He is the power of the panelverse. We have been warned about. Oh, shit. All right. Keep getting the super chats in. I promise I'll get to all the songs I owe here in a moment. First, we got Emmett. What's happening, Emmett? How you been?
I've been great. How you been?
I can't complain at all.
Well, besides the Black Ops operation that's going against you in the whole place,
I try, it's weird. You never know if someone's trolling or if they really believe it. I'm trying to be respectful. But I mean, that's batshit crazy. You know who it is?
As a government operative that goes into different panels, I have to say that I am trolling, but I'm not entirely sure if the other person was.
Listen, tell me true, Emmett. You and Radical Coder have like government meetings where they like give you your talking points before you go on these panels.
Yeah, in the back we just meet with Agent Samson, and she's like, "Hey, these are the talking points, and you have to go ahead and get them right, okay?"
Yeah, it's a doozy.
Usually, Radical Coder has got them wrong, and we have to go back into the meetings and just
Well, I wasn't trying to be too mean, but I was gonna say, like, dude, it's really bleak if that's who the government's hiring. Like, come on, like, they couldn't do a little better. Like, why didn't they ever call me? I would have sold out for the right money, maybe. This is who you hired. Our government's in a lot of trouble. Heaven forbid, instead of targeting me we're targeting, North Korea or something. We're shit out of luck,
Don't tell that to a libertarian because he'll be like, "That's right. The government is."
Yeah, it was a good call, but
I wanted to call in because I heard a guy about the pacifist idea with Jesus, and
yeah.
I just want to bring up a thought. I'm not an authority in the church or anything like that, but a lot of people mischaracterize the whole thing about Jesus Christ when it comes to this specifically, and it has to do with he left us a church, and the church has a history, and part of the church history involves being like part of government pretty much and applying laws and being the moral agent of the government. Like they were not the king or the government per se, but they were involved in government and they were part of it and they were providing the moral claims and stuff. So I don't see the idea of law specifically being like against Christianity. I think it's part of the institutions of Christianity, of what is it's the legacy of it.
I think that explains perfectly what Romans 13, 1-5 is saying, right? Where it's like, listen, of course I'm translating in my own redneck talk, but it's like the authorities in the church and the government are basically operating with the guidance of God. And so the evil should be terrified of them because they will rain righteous justice upon you, right? And they are basically my agents in doing so. This clearly implies that, like, yeah, I mean, we're not saying that if you commit some act of evil that Jesus says, nope, there should be no punishment incurred, upon the human world. I think it goes further than that, but that's certainly an easy case to be made. And that's the trans guy that was like, I think you're wrong. I think this part of it I'm right about, that Andrew would say and a bunch of other people have told me as well, which is forgiving someone does not mean that they should not incur the legal penalties on this. That's not what forgiveness means. Pretty much everyone said that. That's all I'm saying. And that, the idea of, what specifically does forgiveness mean? It gets a little complicated for my small brain to understand, but there's considerations to make, like, does the person have to offer, sort of the fact that they're seeking forgiveness, that they have repented for what they've done and they're truly apologetic before you forgive them? Is forgiveness literally just saying, I no longer hold the hatred in my heart? You assassinated my husband. I no longer hold hatred in my heart for you. However, if you get the death penalty, you get the death penalty. Not on me. That's the legal system. I forgive you and that I don't feel that hatred. Is forgiveness, I'm still upset about what happened, but I accept that if you find Christ and truly repent and he accepts you into heaven, that I forgive and hope that you reach that journey. I don't know those specifics, but I do know that it's oftentimes people that want to take this approach of Jesus, that are of people that don't believe in his divinity, and use it to say, much like they do in other things, here is the standard that you must live up to, right? We don't follow that standard. This isn't our standard, but here's what you must say. And it just so happens that the standard is you have to leave us do whatever we want to you. And you have to forgive us. And that's it. That's the standard that you have to lead. And I just, I reject that premise that I should.
Well, one of the things that I would say, or I think Andrew would say, was like a weaponization of scripture against Christians, and that's why it is like a liturgical document that is not meant to be interpreted by everybody. Like there are reasons, and there's a church for a reason, in a sense. I know you're kind of Protestant, and we're coming a different kind of way, but in the end of the day, like, it still comes to an idea of the proper interpretation of the text.
That's right,
would
and
be
it's
necessary for you to get to what exactly is being meant in the actual text, right?
That's why I don't like talking about it, and I don't like having other people call and talk, because I don't know their credentials. It'd be different if someone called in and said, like, well, I'm a bishop, or something of this denomination. That's one thing. But when it's like, it's one thing for me and you to sit here and have a discussion about food stamps. It's another thing to be like, here's the correct interpretation of the word of God. That's a bold claim to make, and when you make those claims and it leads to, like, and by the way, that interpretation means that basically you have to, this political agenda that I specifically wanted anyways, that you have to follow. It's like, iffy. So I hesitate to do that stuff. Now, other people that are more well-learned on it, fine. But I agree with you. My mistake that I'm realizing is being sort of I don't want to say pseudo-Christian, I guess non-denominational Christian, was the mistake of assuming that I can interpret for myself. And I think that I know enough now to know that I don't know enough. Now, it wasn't like I was out proselytizing or anything like that, but I was like, I'll figure it out. I went to a church, it was a bad church. I don't want to go through that again. So I'll read the Bible and I'll do my own thing. But I realized what a mistake it is now, right? Because it's not only is it, I mean, this is going to sound like the most childish thing in the world, but let me just be clear on this, right? There's so much there that it's easy to just hyper-focus on one passage and say, this is it. Even I just did it when I'm talking about Romans 13, where it's like, but you need someone that has a greater understanding and spent their life sort of looking at the whole picture and saying, like, well, here's how this fits in. Because it's the easiest thing in the world. And you see this all the time. I'm going to quote one or two scriptures. There you go. Turn the other cheek. There you go.
I just quote these two scriptures. That means I'm the son of God, and that means you have to believe that. And now I am the cult leader, right? And that is pretty much what it's done in a lot of cases. And that I one of the reasons why I moved away from that kind of idea that I just interpreted myself was pretty much that. It was like, well, there is a sense of what I should be doing, and there is this idea of the church that was given to us, and I need to kind of humble myself to the idea of that so I can move on and have proper understanding, right? And I really like what you said when it comes to the holistic thing. Like, it's not just the scriptures, like the whole living within the church that's important. So it is not like I read this kind of scripture and now I know. It's more of I have the scriptures that were interpreted, and I have the church, and now I'm living in the scripture kind of thing.
Right.
Which is a different idea that just I know these and now I know.
And it is the one topic that I take very seriously. Now I'm debating Christian nationalism Tuesday, and like it's sort of a weak excuse because I sort of had my arm twisted. I don't know how many times I could have told this guy I don't want to debate religion. Because this is how he's approached me. It's mega blood sport debate or something like that.
Oh my God.
Do you know who I'm talking about?
I don't know who it is, but it sounds like the cringiest thing ever.
He was like, Jim Bobson's show, and and I was like, yeah, sure, whatever, debate. Yeah. What topic? I don't know. Well,
Christian
religion.
nationalism.
He said something religion, and I thought they were sort of joking. I was like, and he's like, no, that we just do religious debates. I'm like, probably not for me then, man. I'm good. Well, why not? I think it'd be sort of blasphemous. Well, is there anything we could do? Can we find some specific niche? I'm like, I don't know, man. Well, hey, reaching back out to you. Have you thought of anything? Really like to have you on. How would you like to do Christian nationalism? I don't know. Because we could do it. We could do Christian. And finally, it's like, sure, man. I'm not really a Christian nationalist, but I guess I could do it from almost a non-theological perspective. So my strategies would be like, if we adapted what the average Christian thinks and used that as a governing system and had more people that were Christians in people's positions of power, we'd be in a better place. Now, when someone says, wow, your denomination specifically, I'm going to say irrelevant to my point.
It is irrelevant.
So I'm going to try to focus on it in more of a political framework as opposed to like any claims of a specific, denomination being correct or specific theological questions. That I'll be like, sure, those could be debated out. I'm not making a stance on that right now. I'm making a more broad general claim. But I'm very uncomfortable because for me, it is as amongst the most serious thing you could talk about. And so to shoot up, if I say, here's reasons that you should elect J.D. Vance and I'm wrong, it's like, yeah, okay. But if I say, here's how to save your eternal soul and I'm wrong, the stakes are a little higher. So it's like, I'm not prepared to like sort of be throwing that stuff out there. And there are people that I think, that focus on it more, and that's fine. They're attempting to at least delve into it in that manner. I'm not. When I'm going to church and when I'm reading the Bible right now, I'm truly doing it to learn, not under the auspices of me ever trying to debate someone or say, here's where you're wrong. That's not it at all for me. It's not it. And so it's an awkward position that I find myself in because even on this channel, a lot of people want to talk about it. And I'm like, I don't really have a lot to say. I could say, well, this is my gut feeling. But at the end of the day, 90% of the people on here know scripture better than me. And so it would be outlandish for me to try to tell them what to think,
I would recommend you to you don't need any tips from me when it comes to debate, I know, but I would recommend you just to watch an Andrew Wilson. It's usually just an internal critique of the other system, and what you're doing is pretty much saying, well, if they have the option to use power as a secularist way, and they are even the minority in the country, and they're running the shit, and it sucks, why would it be wrong for the majority of the country that is Christian to do the same thing and just take up power and, make in my opinion, or even in the way that we look at the world, it will be better for everybody at the end of the day.
Yep.
So that's
totally agree.
That's pretty
That's
much
my
the
strategy,
argument.
basically. And so it's weird because as the affirmative, I'm basically going to be like, either outline your system, or I'm going to say the status quo is the system you're defending.
Yeah,
which I find to be
at the end
secular.
of the day.
Yeah.
It's either that or the magical utopia where everything is perfect and there's the unicorns and rainbows, right?
Yep.
And then you're like, well, what about these kind of thing? And they're like, oh, well, I wouldn't do it. It's just a big
totally
it's their
agree.
authority. It's an authority fallacy on themselves. I am the authority, and I can tell you what is the good thing. It's pretty much what it is.
Totally agree. Well, hey, Emmett, I'm going to let you go. Always a pleasure, man.
Always a pleasure, Rob.
I'll put your channel out there. Did you leave?
Thank you.
Oh, no, you didn't leave. So, yeah, you guys go check out Emmett. You're still doing pixel art for people, right? If they request?
I'm still doing pixel art for people if they request. These are more like a special request. If they have it, I'll do it for them. If they have, I'm usually also doing forced karaoke on Saturdays.
Oh.
So if they want a song, I have a song that I won't sing. I will tell you what it is. If they find it, they get $50. But if not, they can come in, they can request a song, and I'll sing it for them, whichever it was. And
amazing.
It's just a good grift that's been going on. That's pretty good.
That's really good.
And yeah, if people want like some pixel art or something, they can hit me up, and I'll be happy to help.
Here's the latest that I got.
Yeah, that was for
Blasterball. Yeah, a bard playing a hurdy-gurdy. Not too shabby. So, all right, Emmett, you take it easy, man. It's
Take
great
it
hearing
easy.
from you. All
Have
right,
a
we'll
good
see you
one.
soon. Dark Cloud, I'm not going to get to you, unfortunately. Conspiracy extremists, I got like 5 minutes to give you. Is that cool? You ready? Hey, what's up, man? Oh, can't hear you. You're maybe some mic issues.
Hear me now?
Yeah, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, dude? I'll be real quick, brother.
No problem.
Best argument against abortion. That's probably gay. Comedy. All right. Can you do that one first? We'll just do that one.
The best argument against abortion.
Yeah.
That if it is a human life, once it is a human life, that it is never moral for us to exterminate another human life unless it comes to requiring another human life to be killed. So in other words, the life of the woman, if her life's in jeopardy, yes, we should not force that woman to make a decision that her life's in jeopardy. But other than that, once we acknowledge that it's a human life, wherever that may be, then we should not be allowed to terminate an innocent human life.
All right. Fair enough. I know you got to go. Last one. I'd love to talk to you more, but
Sure. Yeah, I do a call-in show almost. It won't be tomorrow, but every other day at noon, Eastern time. You call
Fair
it
enough.
anytime, man. Yeah.
Is the Trinity a deal breaker?
For me?
Well,
I can't.
I would. Let me hear me out. So when it comes to, I think I don't know if you're orthodoxy. Like, I don't want to like.
I'm not Orthodox, so I'm non-denominational. I've started to go to a Catholic church. I've been Christian probably for 41. We'll say 8 years. I've been Christian, but I've never really went to church during that time. So and growing up, I was non-denominational. So for me, I'll tell you straight up, it's not a deal breaker because I know next to nothing about the specific denomination beliefs. So, for example, correct me if I'm wrong. Some people believe the Trinity, like the Unitary Trinity theory, where it's all one entity. Other people believe that it's like three distinct entities. I couldn't even tell you though. So certainly it can't be a deal breaker for me when I know next to nothing about it.
Okay, well, shit, that's fair enough. For me, it's been hard because I talk to a lot of good people who are either Christians or Catholics, and they are very hard on the Trinity, and I just don't get it. But I'll
be honest, like it's weird to me because these aren't debates I've ever entered in. when I say debate, it's not that everything has to be a debate. That's not what I'm saying. But it's like when I hear people like Jim Bob, for example, I'll see him on X arguing with someone. I don't even know. Like I legitimately don't even know. I'll skim by it because I feel like before I could even have input on who's right on this side of the argument, I need to learn so much more. And so for me, it's like it's something that I haven't really even waded in. So I certainly, I will say this. I could be wrong about this. From the perspective of the Orthodox, I'm not trying to speak for them, but I have been told by at least one member of them that they don't really make a prescription as to whether or not someone goes to heaven or hell. And so when the term of deal breaker, I guess it would mean, what do you mean by it? Do you mean like deal breaker in the sense that you aren't a real Christian and you won't go to heaven? I don't know that they believe that. I don't know. And maybe they do, maybe they don't. You probably know way more about it than me, even, because I just don't know. I just haven't looked into it.
I did. Well, all right. I don't want to take him a lot of your time, but I don't because, all right, let me go back to your friend. Shit, what is his name?
Jim Bob or Andrew?
Both of them.
Okay.
They did a debate with, I think, that comedy guy, Owen something, and they debated the Trinity.
Okay.
And I was so lost because none of it made sense to me. Like they were going back and forth. I think sorry, dude.
It was Jim Bob versus Owen Benjamin's the debate you're talking about.
Yes. And they were debating the whole Trinity thing, and I couldn't agree with any of them. Like I just didn't like it was so confusing as someone who I think I've always been my entire life, dude. I just believe whatever Jesus said. That's been my narrative.
Mm-hmm.
So I just want to get your opinion on it. And
yeah, that's it. I'm not Orthodox though, so I can't speak on it. I'm, just so you know, if you're trying to get an Orthodox perspective on it, that's not me. So
no, I just like you, man. I just want to hear what you had to say.
Yeah, that's it. But I'm not informed enough to know about it, I guess is my honest answer.
Fair enough. I think you're human. So anyways, dude, thank you so much for letting me on.
No
I know
problem.
you got to get out of here. So
hey, a pleasure. Call in anytime. Like I said, noon most weekdays. So Eastern time.
Awesome.
Take it easy, man.
All right, later.
Yep. I don't have much to say on the Trinity. My understanding from when I did attend church when I was younger was that it was all God. It was one entity, right? And God is the Holy Spirit and God is the Father and God's essence is Jesus. He is distinct in the sense that he has his own body, his own mind, but the spirit within Jesus is the Spirit of God and is the Holy Spirit. That's sort of how I looked at it. Traveling Fools, sorry, man. Wrapping up tonight, so no more calls. Appreciate it, though. So, all right. No, I've never rated Ortho Thugs. So, I owe some songs and whatnot. We had two $50 songs. So, anybody wants to leave the show, that's perfectly fine. I totally get it. But I do have to play some of these whip songs. $50 donation will get you a whip song. We're trying to get to 200% of our goal. Probably not going to happen tonight because we need 75% left to get there. But I do have to wake up at a reasonable hour because I have to drive to get the rental car that I'll be using for 10 days since our car smashed up. So, is what it is. All right, what do we got? Oh my goodness. Russian folk music. All right. Let's see if I have that one saved here. Sounds like one of what I had saved. Well, looks like we're going to have to. I still can't believe someone showed me that I could just slide that up top there. It's like it's so great. Let's see. All right, share this tab. Here we go.
there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. We don't wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says, nay, 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 we're gonna march all day. All day, all day. Yeah, great, but there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right, left, left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right, left, right, left. Right. Left, right. Left, right.
Hey, hey, Oppa! We're hemorrhaging viewers. That's okay. Look at this. F it button, $2 says nay, nay, nay. Hand waving wiggles. Kokomo, $5 says, and Rob, we trust. Thank you, my friend. Wade Boggs, $50. Unbelievable. Says the stream needs more whip wheel. So we're doing a little grifting here at the end of the night. So anyone who wants to leave, totally get it. Let's see where we fall. Oh, country. I know I have that one. It's one of the first ones we did. Brace yourself.
Where there's a whip, where there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. We don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, where's a whip? Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where's right, left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right, whip, 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 whip. Got the crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war.
Hey, we did it. We did it. And we're only 60% of the way from our goal. Oh, look at this. Horseshoes Hands Grenade says, I'm conspiracy extremist. Thanks for having me on. Really digging your takes and debates. If that one chick that sucks at moderating, I'll never watch her again. Thank you, man. But don't feel obligated to not watch a channel because of me. Whatever decision people make, they make. But I'm totally moving on. Now, $20 on the show, if you're new to the show, gets you an original whip song, which, you know, at least it's short.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lash says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way.
Hey, thank you. What is this? I gotta check this real quick. 1016. 1016. 1020. Oh, I got it. Got it. All right. Norpac, 60 viewers gone just like that. Yes. We got you. Sorry, I was reading something from the old team here. Had to make sure. Thanks everyone on Rumble, by the way. Heck yeah. You guys are the best. What do you think? Are we good, everyone, for this fine evening? Oh, man. Horseshoes, hands, grenades again. $20. I like the little avatar that says, I usually don't let my wife use the internet, but she also agreed that single mom sucks. Oh, that one. Well, what can I say? More and more people.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark Lord's sword.
Yeah, we are back. Yeah. 151%. Not too shabby, ladies and gentlemen. Anyone else? Any form of super chats this fine evening? It's been a good one, hasn't it? It's 2 a.m. We fall less than $200 away from our goal, right? 200 would be 739 minus 20, 25. 175? Am I doing that right? Is my math right? $175 short? It's not too shabby. Tomorrow I'll be doing the extravaganza, I believe, at 5 p.m. on the Crucible's Rumble channel, which also means I will have to set up the clips for that. In fact, let me message my man here. All right. $5. Thanks, man. It says, Rob, you should come on my show sometimes. I'm bribing you. Send me a DM, right? Best place to reach me is on X. Send me a DM through X. It's just robnoerr on X. My DMs are open. Send me a DM. We'll set up a time, and I will definitely do your show. That's not a problem at all. Stinky Paradox, $2 says, my 2 cents for the tribute. Thank you. Also, my extravaganza friends are answering my questions as we speak. Let's see what he says. Okay. All right. Nice. I am doing the extravaganza, and my co-host tomorrow is... Anyone have a guest? Who's it going to be?
Well, it's like this. It's like all possible outcomes all matter. Everything can be one dot, represented in a fifth, sixth, seventh dimension. And that's how other dimensions operate. You know, it's like, is unity, is 3 better than 1? None of that actually matters. Every possibility of all movement at all time can be represented by one dot. And that one dot is an infinite point because it doesn't actually exist. It's one point. So when you're starting to think about all dimensions and other dimensions in which God can reside in, it doesn't follow the same rules as our 3-dimensional world, you know? So every possibility of our entire world can be summed up into one point. Now that you have another universe, you know, another point, and then you draw a line and you're back to another dimension, and you can extrapolate that into an infinite in my mind, and it's like I can't even imagine it, you know, and then that's when you start to understand the realm in which God walks.
Yeah, Jim Bob's gonna be the co-host tomorrow. Oh, Jim Bob. I'm a big Jim Bob fan, so should be good. About to get copyright struck by Jim Bob. No, he did turn into Lex at the end there. It's crazy, right? Jim Bob. Lex was going to respond. He was going to be like, oh, okay. Jim Bob is hilarious. It'll be a fun show. Anderson Wolfenstein's cousin says hello. They're beside me. Oh, Verdant Desert for $5. Thank you. Of course. What are we going to do here the rest of the night? I could just call her quits and go to bed. That doesn't sound terrible. Just saying. Or we could try to get to that 200% goal. Bro, every time you talk about playing Where There's a Whip, There's a Way, all I can think about is the Faster Pussycat song from the late 80s. You should play that. Oh, I can't bring in another song. My goodness. My fragile mind couldn't handle it. F it button, $5.01. Jeopardy rolls. Now you have to come on my show. I don't have one, but that's how the government operation to derail streams, Mr. Robowitz. Oh! Oh, I owe Wade a whip wheel from Saturday. Come on, really? Oh, I'm sorry. Re-examination. I actually enjoy talking, but I can't do it, man. I can't do it tonight. Call in Tuesday. I'm so sorry, but I'll be here all night. I know how it'll work. So, but I have a feeling I know you wanted to talk about the Trinity. So call in Tuesday. I'd be happy to spend more time with it. By the way, I love seeing these daytime callers that are also calling in at night. Are there people that are as bad at getting sleep as me out there? Cinematic, experimental, electronic. Oh my goodness. All right. Oh, this is a good one. Oh my goodness. All right, this is it. I owe no more whip songs after this. Unless someone donates. We'll talk soon, man. Enjoy this song, I guess. This is the one that was supposed to be Dolphins, I think.
day. But the Lord of the Lash says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day.
Look, that's as noble of a goal I've ever heard. Well, to pick a specific one, it's $100. It's $50 to spin the wheel and $20 for an original one for the OG Whip song. There you are. Yeah, see, we had some people that liked it. Slept harder than Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson catching strays out here? My goodness. What did he do? Hey, what's up, Wistius? Wistius? Now, Kith. Leave Big Mike out of it. He's not doing nothing. Yeah, there you go. I'm sure he would slap hard. Yeah. Peruvian space lobster. Oh my goodness. That's a hit. Oh, he's Harry Lug. Gotcha. Good to hear from you, man. All right. Let's see. Close to ending the stream. Sleep sounding good. My fat behind is getting tired. I start getting in shape, by the way. I lost some weight, but I got to lose more. Oh, you see, re-examination. I'll one time only. The lore behind this, it's so complicated, it's difficult to explain. Now, here's what happened. Stumbled across X, I find this song. All right, then I bring up the song on stream because it's funny because I'm trying to like motivate people to send money. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Oh, that's motivation. And so then after that, After that, that's people started paying money to play the song. Then we made AI songs. Here's the original, though.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way.
Yes.
Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark Lord's war.
Oh, no, 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 no. Jason Eager, what an absolute legend. $100 for as noble of a cause as you've ever had. $100. What a Chad says, if Spiro has any soul left, it's gone now. Well, Jason, thank you so much. Hey, Spiro, this is for you, man. Enjoy. You ready? We did it. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. We got him. Spiro is defeated. Someone time that Spiro. Of course, for another $100, I'm sure Spiro would be even more enraged. That was very nice. Very nice. Very nice. Oh my goodness. What an audience we have here. Now I could be mistaken. We're $56 away from our goal. It's not too shabby. Wistius, $5 Canadian. Those ones hurt Spiro even more. Close to driving him insane. Oh, I will. Thank you. Oh. I have that stupid song stuck in my head tonight. Man. Are those real dollars? We count them. We count them. Nah, I'm not. Not tonight. Are we not, man? We'll give people a chance. Throw in a couple more. Otherwise, we're going to raid Emmett. But I do have to get up at some point here pretty early. So if people want to throw in the... someone else punish the man and we hit the goal at the same time. That's true. $100 to punish the man. We'll hit the goal. Sam Altman Ed. For all we know, Spiro's already gone. He just shut off his computer. And now it's just Sam Altman's AI. I forgot to set up the crypto thing. See, are we not men's fire me? I will get the crypto wallet set up. I had one, but it was a mess. I screwed it up. Oh, I forgot to monkey around with these. Look at these. Oh, spooky. Oh, candy pumpkin. Whoa. Whoa. Ooh. You guys like that? And look, if I do this, if I did, whoa. Huh? Wow. Look at that. Wow. That's what paying for the premium package gets you, baby. Whoa. Look at that one. Are you guys impressed? Wow, right? I just blew your mind, didn't I? That's it. You can tell I'm coming up in the tech landscape. I'm an up and comer in the tech world. I'm figuring things out. You like that? Yeah. Don't worry. We're getting there. I'm figuring things out, so. Look at that. That's worth 100. All that cool stuff. One more $100 donation to push Spiro over the edge. And then we can all go to bed knowing we did the right thing. Yeah, that is pretty much hacking the Matrix. Yeah, it's StreamYard exclusive, yeah. Whoa! Ooh! Jake, what do you think? Not doing the extravaganza with me this week? Jake, come on. Pathetic, Jake. I don't know. Maybe it is too much. Maybe I've gone too far. Showing the secret tech. Shh. All right. It was a good show, wasn't it? What's that now? Oh, wait. Oh, look at that. Uh-huh. Am I blowing you guys' mind? Oh, man. Wait. $50. Just don't tell me what to do with AI. Oh, look. We're close. Yippee. All right. This is going to be terrible. It's 3 minutes of terribleness here. You ready? Here we go. We did it. A horrible, horrible song. I'm ashamed. As long as Spiro's upset, I'm okay, though. Oh, my goodness. And then look at this. F it button, $6 says for the double. Go! Unbelievable. We did it. Oh, yeah, I was jamming. Reading the chat, jamming. Jeez Louise. Good friend. Nice dude. Well, I think that's a good night. I'm not going to tempt fate. All right. I'm going to get some sleep. That's what I'm going to do. We're going to raid over to Emmett, who's a great man. Emmett's the best. I have a reverb? What's a bummer? AI still in the chat. That's true. And yet, sleep would be nice. What's this? Oh, I am fading. I'm fading tonight. I'm getting a bunch of stuff coming. I got 4 different people messaging me on 4 different platforms. WhatsApp, Discord, X. I guess that's 3. Whatever. Maybe smoke signal or something. I haven't looked outside. I want to thank all of my mods here tonight. You guys are the best. I want to thank Spiro. Help me out with tech stuff. My editor, Black Elk, who's absolutely tremendous. Thank you to everyone who's called in tonight. Sorry I didn't get to all of them. Thank you so much to those that donated. You guys are the best. Everyone who liked the stream, thank you so much. Everyone who chatted and everyone who just watched. You guys are amazing. You make the show what it is, and I thank you so much for that. We are going to raid over to Emmett's show, so stick around. Stick around for that. I'm going to be heading to bed. You guys will see me next tomorrow at 5 p.m. on the Crucibles Rumble stream. Then I will be back here at about 9 p.m. with Ryan Mullally doing our first episode, sort of the legal show that we're going to be working on. So, all right. Enjoy the raid of Emmett. Thank you all so much. Please keep in your heart the memory of Charlie Kirk and what he stood for. And thoughts and prayers go out to him and his family. Thank you all so much. We'll see you all tomorrow.
Only in America is it possible to say, you know what, I don't like the way the country is going, and to do something about it. Take that risk. Take that leap of faith. Stay involved. Trust God and act obediently. Romans 12:2 verse. That God will use all things for good for those who love him. It's bigger than you. I want you to remember that. It is bigger than you. It's bigger than me. You are here to make somebody else's life better, the pursuit of liberty and freedom. You know what gives me strength? The hundreds of thousands of you that say, Charlie, keep going.
1 Corinthians 5 and 15. So that's all pretty amazing evidence, not just intra-biblical evidence, but extra-biblical evidence that Jesus Christ was a real person. He lived a perfect life. He was crucified, died, and rose on the 3rd day, and he is Lord and God of all.